Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being an all-inclusive, welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, caste, creed, ethnicity, you name it. Hello, Larry, or 3 Larry. Hello, user 227. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Good evening, Sazrar. And I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, user 227. Now, I trust that everyone coming in tonight is, or whatever time it may be for you, doing well, despite whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life. It does feel good to be early. You all get to participate in the question of the day and listen to our reading at the start. Before then, Mile, you leave me with a good question. Is love material? Well, there are many material components of love. From the oxytocin and endorphins released in the brain, to the craving for material sense pleasures like the feeling of someone. But true love is immaterial. It's beyond appearance, beyond how they make you feel. True love is, simply put, unconditional awareness. Now, what's the question of the day? Raising Your Frequency asks. I'm glad you asked. The question of the day today is, how can you be of help to the world? I would like to know. You may feel various ways to interpret this. Go with whatever one makes it easy for you to answer. I am not looking for any answer in particular as right or wrong. And Mark Jason, it is not me. Do beware that they're an impersonator. Unfortunately, many people do piggyback these live streams with the goal of earning some monetary value themselves through my likeness, and this is not something I have given my consent for. So exercise due diligence and internet cautiousness. Sazra, you share that you can be of help to the world by helping others and plants, nourishing the earth, making a difference. I like that. Yeah. Indeed. As we extend a helping hand to others, which includes every creature on Mother Earth, especially her vegetation. Where would we be without trees and grass and sea anemones? We are helping a part of ourselves. Nourishing the earth is vital as well, given that it is literally from the soil that all of us have arisen. Even cockroaches, says Sazrar. Yes, no exceptions to love. RJ Rose, you share. By making someone's heart smile each day. I love that. Indeed. What is a smile on the face, if not secondary to the smile in one's heart? Hello, Echo Leaf. Galadriel, you share. Always pick up garbage if you see it outside. Always a good habit to partake in, that's for sure. And Mile, you share, treat others with respect. And you don't think really, or you don't really think anyone has to go farther than that. So simple. And so easy when you put it like that. Yeah. User 227, you share, helping those who are in need instead of walking away. Never be attached to inaction, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. I look like a rock star, says Dean Dude. Well, thank you. And I have gotten quite some sun since the last time you were in here, Echo Leaf. My face is looking a little more melanin containing, I suppose. Hello, Athemic. Sounds like the question of the day today is a rather difficult one. Raising your frequency, you share that you made it a goal to compliment a person each day, and it really changed you as a person. I love that goal. That's very wholesome. The art of complimenting is a very powerful skill because it gives us the opportunity to look for the good in others. There are standard compliments that we could give anyone, but the best ones are specific. They point out a quality in someone that even they lack awareness of. And so when you increase their awareness of something good in themselves, then what a wonderful experience that is. You unfold beauty and create a witness to it. User 227, you shared that you never know how to receive compliments. You just smile awkwardly. It can be a difficult skill as well to receive them with humility, but also understanding. When we don't receive compliments with acceptance, then we can be removing another person's opportunity to ensure that they are uplifting you. I remember driving with my friend Macy. We were discussing the nature of happiness and helping people. And she said, well, if the best way to be happy is to help others be happy, then wouldn't it also be in your interest to let people help you? Because then you are serving their happiness as well. And Shakira, you share by showing kindness to those around you. I love that. So simple, but yet so profound. What goes around comes around. I agree, Sazrar. And Julia, you share. Sharing love every day. Don't do any harm. Ahimsa. G2 Infinity, you share by staying open to what life presents and help in maximizing the possibilities. Indeed, indeed. Alright, thank you everyone for entertaining me in exploring this question of the day. I see it was a rather difficult one. Usually we get many answers, but today was a little lighter in terms of response. Lily Holystone, you share by letting go of materialism. I like that as well. Very practical. And thank you, Kata, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. And well said, Fiona. You guess it's more of a question you answer with your your actions. Indeed. Especially in this case. Actions certainly speak louder than words. And Kimmy, you had mentioned volunteering, listening to others. Sometimes all one needs is to be understood, and we can do that by not doing, by just listening, being receptive. Very true. Alright, so after the question of the day, I'd like to read from a short section of our book. We have been reading a book called Roar of the Ganges. We just read a few pages at a time, and even in spite of such a short amount of pages to read, we've made a considerable way through this book. Looks like about halfway, exactly. This book takes place in India, where we follow the book's author, Swami Taratmananda, in his journey to become a Swami, to become a spiritual renunciant. At the time, his name was Mark, and Mark was a graduate of computer science and engineering, and he was married, but his wife had left him because she was unhappy with him, and this left a big void which he found fulfilled by the spiritual pursuit. And in that pursuit, he was led to Rishikesh, a city in North India, on the banks of the Ganges, from where the book gets its name. The Ganges are a very spiritual river in India, known in Sanskrit as the Ganga. This chapter is called Seeking Within. Thursday, March 16th. The following day, a visitor in faded jeans, carrying a small backpack, entered through the ashram gate. To my delight, it was Richard. Before we parted at the restaurant in Lakshman Jula last week, I had invited him to come for a visit. When I went to greet him, he gave me an odd look of exasperation. "Richard!" I exclaimed, reaching out to clasp my hand. "Don't touch me," he said. "My hands are filthy." The maniacal kid driving my auto rickshaw decided to take a shortcut. We got stuck in a ditch of stinking water and I had to help push his vehicle out. Do you realize how much those three-wheelers weigh? I took Richard to my room so he could wash. He emerged from the bathroom saying, "India drives me crazy sometimes. How can you stand it?" "You get used to it. Eventually," I said with a laugh. We sat in my room chatting about our latest adventures. Richard had just returned from a short trip to the nearby holy city of Haridwar. When I mentioned that Swami Dayananda had arrived here yesterday, he remarked that a brahmachari, a student he met at the Sivananda ashram, had spoken very highly of Swami Dayananda. Richard asked if he could meet him. We found Swami Dayananda sitting on his porch, curled up on a cushion as usual, but now wearing reading glasses. He was sorting through a huge pile of mail that had awaited his arrival. He opened and read each letter, setting a few aside to be answered later, and dictating his replies to Swami Prakash, who sat before him with a pen and paper in hand. Richard and I sat quietly behind Vijay and others who were waiting for Swami Dayananda to complete his work. Halfway through one letter, Swami Dayananda giggled and looked up with his impish twinkle in his eyes. "Listen to this," he said. "Beloved Swamiji, my name is Narayan. I am a 10-year-old boy. I am studying hard, but my grades are too much low. Father is being very angry to me. Mummy said you will give me one mantra for helping me get better grades. Please, Swamiji, give any mantra for passing my exams. Thanking you very kindly, your faithful devotee, Narayan." We all laughed riotously. Swami Dayananda, who incidentally is the guru of Mark or Swami Tadatmananda, did not take the boy's letter lightly. He dictated a sensitive, supportive reply, including a mantra of Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. Then he looked at the large stack of mail remaining and sighed. "This is too much." He set the heap aside. Swami Prakash gathered his notes and went to the office to type out replies. Swami Dayananda scanned the small group assembled and noticed Richard sitting at my side. "Swamiji," I said, "this is my friend Richard." "So, where are you from?" Swami Dayananda asked. "I have come from London," Richard answered. "I am staying at an ashram in Lakshman Jhula right now. I have been attending some classes at the Sivananda ashram and elsewhere, but I still have so many questions." Swami Dayananda studied Richard's face and said, "You can attend classes here if you like. I will be starting this evening." "Thank you, Swamiji," Richard replied enthusiastically. Swami Dayananda looked towards the mountains and leaned back on his cushion. "So, then what?" he uttered, inviting questions from those seated on the porch. Vijay seemed eager to pick up the thread of yesterday's discussion. "Swamiji," he said, "last night you were saying you met Yogi Ramaya, the disciple of Ramana Maharshi. What was he saying that was so helpful to you?" Swami Dayananda replied, "Yogi Ramaya taught me that Atma, the true self, is discovered through self-introspection by looking within and inquiring, 'Who am I?' He taught me to trace my thoughts back to their source. When I discovered they all arose from consciousness itself, I finally understood what the sages meant when they described Atma, the true self, as pure consciousness, Shuddha Chaitanya. Richard leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Swami Dayananda. What exactly is Atma? He asked. Is it a person's soul? That depends on what you mean by soul, Swami Dayananda replied. Soul is often defined as a divine part of you that dwells within your body until you die. But Atma is not a part of you. It is you. Atma is the unborn, undying consciousness that is the truth of your existence. But, Richard countered, I am a human being. I was born. I will die. How can I be Atma? See here, Richard. There is some confusion about what you refer to by the word I. Who are you? Are you a body? Are you a mind? A personality? Are you all of these parts stuck together? Swami Dayananda noted Richard's puzzled expression. Picking up an unopened letter, he explained, See this letter. It is an object seen by you. You are the seer of the letter. You know its presence here in my hand. So you have a relationship with this letter, a knower-known relationship. If anything is known to you, it is an object, and you are the knower of that object. Like your shirt, for instance. Is it the knower or the known? My shirt is known, Richard replied. Known to whom? Known to me, I suppose. So you are the knower, and your shirt is the known. Then what about your body? Knower or known? In this context, I would have to say known. Very good. Now then, picture a tree in your mind, a very large tree, with many branches and thick foliage. Is that tree knower or known? Known. And that tree is a thought, is it not? Yes. So you know your thoughts. Of course. Do you also know your feelings, your emotions, like happiness and sadness? Yes, certainly. So even your thoughts and feelings are known to you. You have a knower-known relationship with them. So then, who is the knower of your thoughts and feelings? Richard paused. Well, I am, he said hesitantly. But, now see this, Swami Dayananda instructed. How do you know what you are thinking? Right now, what are you thinking about? Take a moment before you answer. Now tell me, how do you know what you are thinking? Hello, Auntie. Hello, Riley. Because I am aware of my thoughts, Richard replied. Very good. And how do you know your emotions? Because I am aware of my emotions too. So, you are aware of your thoughts and feelings. You are aware. You are a conscious person, aware of everything you experience. You would not experience anything if you were not conscious. Therefore, your thoughts and feelings are known because of your consciousness. Swami Dayananda continued, Is that consciousness separate from you? Is there someone or something else who is aware of your thoughts and feelings? No, you alone are aware of them. You are that consciousness, the consciousness by which your thoughts and emotions are known. You are the consciousness that reveals all your experiences. This is exactly what the sages taught. The nature of Atma is consciousness, independent of your body, mind, thoughts, feelings, and even your personality. All these are objects known to you, to Atma, to the awareful self. This is not a matter of belief. This is a fact to be discovered in the light of your own experience. Turning to Vijay, Swami Dayananda said, "This is what Yogi Ramaya led me to discover, the same discovery that he had gained with the help of Ramana Maharshi." And it seems like we're going into a discussion of such a saint, known as Ramana Maharshi, as we continue, but we'll save that reading for later in this live stream. For now, we'll open the floor back up to questions and answers, but I thank you all for joining me in listening to this section. And I thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Allow me to extend my gratitude back to you now. Sazrar, you sent a heart me just when we started reading. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. And thank you, Usha, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. You're very welcome for reading, Sazrar. It's my opportunity. I'm very grateful for it. And thank you, Jina, for your pair of roses. Jai Sita Ram. 31 Plains, you share that you're driving a road trip, but you're so happy to have me with you. My goodness. I hope you're not the one driving while texting that. But nonetheless, if you're just listening, very happy to be here. And I am unaware when that book will be made available as a PDF. Perhaps if Sky Guardian is here, maybe he knows or can ask on behalf of you. Otherwise, I'm sure I could ask myself, but given that he is the disciple that sees him every week, I am sure that he'd be better suited for that question. One cheeky chick, thank you for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sonam, you were wondering what book was it? It was Roar the Ganges, indeed, the same one that Gingerbread Man mentioned in chat. Maybe if you can take a screenshot here, I'll put the picture of it very big over my face, and it's gonna be going. Ah. Sounds good, Dylan. User 227, you ask, why do I feel emptiness? Because emptiness is your spaciousness. Now suppose you went to Starbucks and you asked for a venti caramel latte. Is that a drink you can order? I hope so. I don't go to Starbucks much, so that might be a non-existent beverage. Sounds right, though. Now imagine that when they are getting a cup for you to fill that caramel latte in, they chose a cup that was not empty. Well, if it's not empty, how could it hold your beverage? You better hope they choose an empty latte. cup. Otherwise, there's going to be no room for it. So your own emptiness is just your ability to hold space. Oftentimes we're taught indirectly that emptiness means it should be filled. But could be filled does not mean should be filled necessarily. The fact that you have room for something new is a very good thing, and that's all that emptiness indicates. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me a few minutes ago as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Donsuela. And thank you, Jarrett, for your heart me. Rose, Team Bracelet, and cheer you up. 28 more Team Bracelets. A rose and a snowboard. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you. Dob Darker, hello, and thank you for your heart me too. Jai Sita Ram. And Benjamin Robinson, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sky Guardian, you finished uploading the Yamathon readings. Thank you. What a Yamathon. What a marathon that was for you to clip out the readings during that. As many of you know, I upload the recordings of these lives to YouTube. Sky Guardian has volunteered to clip the readings in particular that we do at the beginning and end, and throughout the middle where we do readings from the Pocket Pema Chodron or the Vachana Amrut now. And so those have a dedicated playlist now on the same YouTube channel. And Dana, you are wondering what brought me to Hinduism. It's always a difficult question for me to ask or answer, Dana, because you could be brought towards many things in life for various reasons. But Hinduism is not one thing in particular. Now, most religions are pretty well defined. Christianity has the Nicene Creed, which explains its beliefs. There is pretty much no debate over who is a Jew and who is not a Jew. The Muslims take the word of their prophet. But what do Hindus believe? That's not an easy question. And it's not because there's so many divisions. It's because it's so vast. It would be kind of like asking, what do psychologists believe? Well, there's just so many moving parts to the full field of psychology. And although they all study the same thing, the psyche, there are all these various methods of approaching it. There's Jungian psychology, Gestalt psychology, person-centric psychology, Freudian psychology, psychoanalysis as a whole, CBT, DBT, you name it. So too, the goal of Hinduism, although unified, can be described in many different ways, as liberation, self-realization, enlightenment, association with the divine. Some Hindus are monotheistic. Some Hindus are polytheistic, and some Hindus are even trans-theists, meaning that they go beyond the concept of God entirely. The word Hindu is actually an exonym. Exo meaning without, and nim meaning name. It's a name that does not arise from what we call as Hinduism. I believe that comes from the Persians, who simply referred to the culture beyond the Indus River as the Hindus. But the endonym for what we describe as Hinduism is called Sanatan Dharma, which isn't a name, it's a description. In Sanskrit, Sanatana means eternal or universal, and Dharma means duty or practice. So it just means the universal or eternal practice, which means that it includes everything. It includes what we call as Hinduism, but also Buddhism, Jainism, the so-called dharmic religions. It includes Taoism, even the Abrahamic faith. There is no exception to what is Sanatan, what is universal. That is the very quality of it. It is just spirituality as a whole. One truth but expressed in many ways. And good day, user 301. And hello, Mikey. And Mari, you share that they believe in many gods. It's not exactly true, although there is an element of truth to that. Because there is only one supreme source in Hinduism. They call it Brahman. But Brahman isn't a god. It's the Godhead. Brahman doesn't have a personality. In fact, Brahman is described as Nirguna, without form. In fact, Brahman is described as Nirguna, without form. Now it seems my internet disconnected me for a moment. If I have returned, do let me know. I'm back. Okay, thank you, Dylan. Now, there are various deities, devas, in Hinduism, but none of them are the ultimate reality. Brahman alone is the ultimate reality. And each so-called God is just one method of reaching that ultimate reality. Their form is arbitrary. The only reason they have a form is to relate with us, who are so identified with forms. It is our jumping off point. Like how in Buddhism we are first taught about Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, but then we learn that there have been many Buddhas, plural. And once you get to Dzogchen Buddhism, the Great Perfection, then you discover the true Buddha as the Dharmakaya, the sky itself. What does the sky mean in this case? It is the field from which wisdom arises, that is present, always, inseparable. It is within that spaciousness that many forms may arise, each form expressing that one in a different way. But no form in particular can be said to be the one. And thank you, Juliana, for your heartmeet. Orion Tat Sat. And thank you, Amanda, for your pair of roses. And a quartet of rosas. Anna, you are wondering if I can talk about the differences between Brahman and Brahma. Yes. They both come from the same root word, Br, meaning to expand. Brahman is that all-expansiveness that is behind everything. Brahma is a dissension of that which is responsible for creation. Since it is from this void that all things are created, that ability to create is known as Brahma and is personified as the creator. Thank you, Jared, for your generosity in gifting a subscription to Yvette, Gil, Dev, Daniela, and Jennifer. It is my honor that I get to be in service of so many wonderful beings, and I learned so much about myself in that process. Thank you, Jared. Ariom Tat Sat. May you have a good night, Jared. Full of meaningful dreams and restful sleep. It's an audacious goal. Batman, you are wondering, what do I think of the caste system? It's an easy point of contention. And there are many aspects of it that should be carefully thought through. The first is that what we refer today as the caste system is very much influenced by the colonialism that has happened since its debut many thousands of years ago. It is also said in Vedic scripture that the caste system will self-implode by the advent of the Kali Yuga, which we are in. For those that are unfamiliar, rather than having a class system like we do in the Western world, lower, middle, upper class, it is said that Hindu society exists in a caste system, where at the top there are the priests and religious mendicants, then the warrior class, then the merchants, workers, and then the laborers. Still to this day, many Hindus refer to their own family lineage, where they come, if they come from the highest caste, the Brahmins, or the Kshatriyas, or the lowest caste known as the Shudras. But regardless of how we choose to describe the caste system, that comes from a section of the Vedas known as the Karma-kanda, which deals with religious rituals and the functioning of society. But the other half of the Vedas, called the Jnana-kanda, concerned with the philosophical knowledge of the universe, they very clearly dismiss the caste system, as has practically every saint that has come from the Vedic heritage. There are many saints who were chastised for even having a Shudra baby on their lap when they themselves were so pious. But the Atma, the soul, it has no caste. It doesn't matter what body you're born in, you are all equally eligible for immortality. So, as far as the highest goal of Hinduism is concerned, moksha, the caste system is irrelevant. In fact, almost everything in the Karma-kanda gets dismissed by the Jnana-kanda. And the Karma-kanda describes various rituals and ways to live in order to attain heaven. But in the Jnana-kanda, it says heaven is not the ultimate goal. Yes, you can go to the highest heaven, known as Brahmaloka. But even the highest heaven is unsatisfactory to the soul, because the soul demands an infinite expanse. Brahmaloka, although very massive, is still not infinite. It is still bound by Maya and the material existence. So liberation, therefore, requires us to go beyond the rituals discussed in previous sections of the Vedas. So the questions then arise: why is the Vedas a set of scriptures that contain the Karma-kanda and the Jnana-kanda? If the Jnana-kanda is the highest knowledge, which dismisses the ritualistic side of the Karma-kanda, why does the Karma-kanda exist in the first place? Some of you may know that the Buddha and the Buddhists, they dismissed Vedic rituals, and this is exactly the part that they're dismissing, the Karma-kanda. But the idea of reincarnation and liberation comes from the other part of the Vedas, the Jnana-kanda. The way I heard it described to me is that you go to the Vedas for everything. They are like your warehouse, and they gain their authority by giving you what you want materially. It's like a mother who says, okay, my child, you want to eat all the candy in the world, I will give it to you. But when you come to me crying because your teeth hurt of all the cavities, then I'm going to take you to the dentist and we're going to sort out your diet for real. So people go to the Vedas for all these ritualistic components so that they can benefit materially. And they genuinely do benefit materially. But even worldly success does not constitute true happiness. So then you crawl back to the Vedas and then open up the Jnana-kanda and see, yes, here it says, here it confirms my experience, that even all the money in the world won't make me happy. So then what? And thank you, Jarrett, for your octet of tiny dinies. Yippee! And your quartet of snowboards and quintet of roses. I am sure you are gone by now, but my gratitude remains the same. And thank you for your 112 roses you sent before leaving as well. Radhe Radhe. Batman, you are wondering, have I read all 4 Vedas? No, that would take a long, long time. And I am learning just a little bit of Sanskrit at the time. For me to get to the point where I could read Vedic Sanskrit, now that takes many decades of learning that I'm not even close to understanding. But I do have translation of the Vedas here. Thank you, Amanda, for your quintet of perfume as well. Ariom Tat Sat. Jensen, you had asked if I could explain the Kali Yuga. You thought it was ending, maybe. We are 5,160 years into the Kali Yuga, and what is it? Many hundreds of thousands to millions of years left. In the yogic system, there are 4 different ages that civilization goes through, and the darkest of which is known as the Kali Yuga. Kali literally means dark. It's the dark age. And so the dark age has been happening since about the Bronze Age collapse, and will ongo for hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years. However, some people do believe that the way we measure years is different from how we should refer to what we call as years in the yogic system, particularly Paramahansa Yogananda's lineage. His guru, Sri Yukteswar Giri, in his book, The Holy Science, described the difference between a human year and a divine year. There he posits that we have become confused about the difference between a year and a divine year, and so the actual duration of the yogic cycle is something like 50,000 years. So the Kali Yuga is only many thousands of years, and we are actually in a different age. But this is the minority. In case you're wondering what I think that the very fact that there's disagreement between what year we're in proves that we must be in a dark one. Because if we were in a higher one, there would be no conflict about this. Nonetheless, a dark age is symbolized by hypocrisy and corruption. That is to say, everyone becomes a hypocrite in this age, where we all speak about good values, but none of us practice them. And our leaders, instead of working for the righteousness and the well-being of everyone, they just work for their own gratification. It's pretty clear that these qualities are there, present in this age. There is good news, though. The good news is that it's actually the easiest age to become happy in. You ask, how is that possible? Well, in previous ages, the law of karma was so powerful, cause and effect, that even a single negative thought would cause so much karma. But all of us, we have created such a tolerance to negative thoughts that our mind, in fact, is mostly negative. And yet, we're unbothered by most of it. We've become so tolerant of experiencing negative things that if you took someone from a golden age and put them in this age, they'd have an existential crisis within seconds. And yet, all of us are just like, used to it by now. So we have a very, very courageous spirit in this age. It's very hard to conquer one's spirit. Additionally, the way through this ocean of Maya to immortality and liberation is also very easy. Nama Japa. In previous ages, you'd have to go through such an elaborate process to become enlightened. I mean, if you lived in a perfect society, why would you even want to be enlightened, right? The suffering that is present in this age is an excellent motivator. So many people are turning to spirituality nowadays because it's that much easier to, when nothing in the world is so satisfying to the soul. Nama Japa means chanting of the holy names, but it really means, well, you could also translate it as glorifying God, but just without any religious sentiment. It's practicing gratitude, bringing your intentions, bringing your attention to see all the good amidst the bad. That is all that is necessary. Bring your mind to the infinite potential, the infinite room for self-expression, to all the love, to all of the divine qualities that are present in every moment. Repeatedly bringing your mind to this. That is all that is required for your own enlightenment in this age. When you put it like that, it's very easy. But it's also very difficult. Because getting the mind to do what you want, now that's a near impossible task, isn't it? The task itself is simple, uncomplicated. The way there, that is difficult. And thank you, Rachel Blackmoon, for your hand hearts and paper crane and 69 roses a few minutes ago. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Moon, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Sonam, you share that I can't stop this live until you finished your laundry. Alright, everyone, I think it's time to wrap things up. Thank you all for being here. Just kidding. I'm happy to go for another few hours. And thank you, Moon, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mari, thank you for your quartet of fire. Jai Sita Ram. And well said, Joab, or Jobi. Remember, Arjuna ran away using spirituality as an excuse. Oh Krishna, what is better? That I run away from my duties and just meditate on the light? Or do I keep pursuing my duties but offering them to you? What is the highest goal? Krishna said, O Arjun, yes, you can become a sannyasi. You can renounce the world and go live in a cave in the Himalayas and achieve liberation through meditating on me. But what precedent will you set for your friends, for your peers? That you could just abandon your duties and become spiritual? For this reason, the practice of Karma Yoga is superior, though it leads to the same goal as the Jnani, the intellectual who just meditates on knowledge. It is far more practical. True renunciation does not mean that you renounce your engagement with the world. You merely renounce your attachment to the outcome. You work for the sake of work, not for the sake of reward or avoidance of punishment. That yogi who strives diligently to see the divine in the work itself achieves me just the same. Think about all of the great spiritual leaders in the culture around Bharat, who were enlightened beings and yet also had work to do, like King Janaka. Paraphrasing the Bhagavad Gita. And thank you, Vanessa, for your hand hearts as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Moon, for your cloud bread. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Ginseng, thank you for your flowers. Jai Sita Ram. Gregor, you ask, did Krishna die and resurrect? Random question. There could have been a story where that happens. If there is, I'm unaware of it. Many of the stories of Krishna, they have more emphasis on what he teaches rather than the actions of his life. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, he never actually does anything. There is no spot where Krishna moves to the right and puts his hand on Arjuna's shoulder. No actual action is described by him in the entirety of the Bhagavad Gita. There is just him speaking about the nature of truth. But in the Puranas, in the greater Mahabharata, especially the Bhagavad Purana, I believe that there are many stories about Krishna and his Leelas. However, he does say in the Bhagavad Gita that he comes again and again every age. Maybe I can find it. If Krishna lets me. There it is. O Arjuna, many births of mine have passed, and also yours. I know them all, but you not, O Parantapa. Although I am unborn, am of imperishable nature, and am the Lord of all beings, yet, subjugating my own divine nature, I incarnate by my own nature. Wherever there is a decline in virtue and a predominant rise in vice, O descendant of Bharata, I manifest myself as an avatar. For the protection of the pious and the annihilation of the wicked, and thus to re-establish righteousness, I appear in every age. from the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is the most recent chapter at the moment that we have read through on the Yamsox ASMR channel, in case you wanted to listen to that full chapter. Thank you, Isabella, for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your cheer you up too. Jai Sita Ram. Amanda Michelle, you ask, do I concern myself with politics at all? That's a difficult question, because to call yourself apolitical is a very political thing to do, isn't it? And as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, never be attached to inaction. So I do believe that we should be working towards the welfare of people, and one method of doing so is through political action. However, I don't share my personal political beliefs because I want you all to make your own decision. What I do want to share is that humanitarianism, serving other people, being of help, is very important for our spiritual growth. I believe that the best way to make a difference in the world is to make a difference in your own heart. And then when your heart is pure, your family becomes happier. When the family is happy, the neighborhood becomes happy. When the neighborhood is happy, then the town can become happy. When the town can become happy, the city, the state, the nation, and the world. Happiness, that comes from the inside out. And so we must work this way. Instead of trying to get the world in order, then work on our own happiness, let us work on our own happiness, and then we can attend to the world. And thank you, Macy Gypsy, for your love, yo. Hariom Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you recommend that we read another section from the Vajana Amrut. Let's do that. This book, the Vajana Amrut, it's very small. We'll just read one short section from it. It is a book that has been gifted to me and through me to all of you by Sky Guardian. It comes from his childhood spiritual lineage, known as the BAPS Swaminarayan Sampradaya. Swaminarayan is revered as a form of Sri Krishna that appeared 200 years ago, thereabouts, in the 1800s. This book is a collection of about 300 discourses which he had. This is Kadadha 1:9, desiring nothing except God, which I believe we read yesterday. So instead we'll read the next, Gadada 1:10. The ungrateful Sevakram on Magshar Sudhi 13, Samvat 1876, or the 29th of November 1819 in our calendar. Sriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of Paramahansas, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Paramahansas are the highest kind of renunciant. So I'm sure this will be very, very technical. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj said, "Once, when I was traveling from Venkatadri to Setubandh Rameshwar, I encountered a sadhu by the name of Sevakram. He had studied the Srimad Bhagavat and the other Puranas. But it so happened that during his journey he fell ill. He had 1,000 rupees worth of gold coins with him, but since he had no one to nurse him, he began to cry. I consoled him, saying, 'Do not worry about anything, I shall serve you.' On the outskirts of the village was a banana grove, which had a banyan tree, within which 1,000 ghosts lived. Because that sadhu had become extremely ill and was unable to walk any further, I felt extreme pity for him. I prepared a bed of banana leaves, 1.5 feet high, under that banyan tree. As the sadhu was suffering from dysentery and was passing blood, I would wash him and attend to him. The sadhu would give me enough of his money to buy sugar, sakar, ghee, and grains for himself. I would bring the ingredients, cook them, and then feed them to him. As for myself, I would go to the village for my meals. On some days, I did not receive any food from the village. I had to fast. Despite this, that sadhu never once said to me, 'I have enough money, cook for both of us, so that you may dine with me.' After serving the sadhu for 2 months in this way, he began to recover. Thereafter, as we walked towards Setubandh Rameshwar, he made me carry his belongings weighing 1 maund, whereas he would walk with only a rosary in his hand. By then, he was a healthy and capable of digesting 1/2 kilogram of ghee, yet he would make me carry his load while he walked empty-handed. In actual fact, my nature was such that I would not keep even a handkerchief with me, but respecting him as a sadhu, I walked, carrying his belongings, weighing 20 kilograms. Although I served that sadhu and helped him recover, he did not offer me even a single paisa worth of food. Therefore, realizing him to be ungrateful, I abandoned his company. In this way, a person who does not appreciate favors done by others should be known as an ungrateful person. In addition, if a person has committed a sin but has also performed the prescribed atonement for it as laid down in the scriptures, then whoever still considers him a sinner should himself be known as a sinner, just like an ungrateful person. Here we are. That we should be of service. But those who are not grateful for our service, we need not associate with them. Likewise, when someone who has committed bad deeds in the past has atoned for them, we should not still consider them as they once were, since their retribution is always possible, and so we should treat them as love and kindness, otherwise we take on their past title. Thank you for listening, everyone. And thank you, Dancing for Fun and Health. I love that idea. And thank you for your trio of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. Gregor, you ask, what was up with the 1,000 ghost banyan tree, though? That is a good question. Just a casual aside. Anyway, the tree in which I plucked the leaves for his bed had 1,000 ghosts in it, but that's unrelated. I am sure there is a significance to it. And thank you, Dan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, DJ, for your flowers, pair of roses and another flowers. Ariom Tat Sat. And Anna Maria, thank you for your pair of roses. Jai Sintaram. Thank you, Usha, for your little crown as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Luna Tuna, for your heart me as well. White Spider Angel, you were wondering what my thoughts were on reincarnating. I believe that although our bodies are wonderful pieces of technology, they are also ancient. All things material have a beginning and therefore also have an end. So in order that we continue doing service as an expression of our immortal self, then we take on one body after another, relinquishing the old to adopt the new, because no body can last forever. Thank you, Anna Maria, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Sonam, you had shared that you're learning that habits take time, and as long as you're self-aware and try to do better, it's not bad. I love that observation you have made. It's so true. In this way, the process, now that is the real good habit. As long as we are in the habit of forgiveness, patience, and consistency, then no matter where we are in life, you are whole. Hello, Larak. And thank you, Focus and Flow, for your rose as well. Ariom Tat Sat. Starfire, you ask if I think all the gods and goddesses ever come to earth in a physical form. Why, yes. God comes in three forms: Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. And it's a logical chain of reasoning. consider the fact that whatever the ultimate source of reality is, it must pervade reality. It, being the precursor to existence, can only give rise to that which is contained by its domain. In other words, you can't build a house on land that's not yours. Likewise, God cannot give rise to existence that He Himself does not pervade. Therefore, we refer to God as Brahman, the all-pervasive. Because that source is all-pervasive, then that means it is within every creature living as well. When we refer to that fact, that being all-pervasive means that God is also within everybody, then the part of that source which pervades you is known as the Paramatma, the higher self. We have our lower self with our own personality and needs and wants, but we are pervaded by that source, and so we include with our lower self a higher self, a Paramatma. When one has taken incarnation that is particularly in tune with that higher self, they set their lower self completely aside, then we call such a being Bhagavan, when it is their higher self being expressed. For example, Jesus of Nazareth was such a Bhagavan, a personal form of God. Now, he had a lower self. He had a place of origin, Nazareth. He had a human name, Yeshua, a human body. But because his lower self was so open to the higher self, that higher self descended through him. And so speaking to him was non-different from speaking to the source. He was a window from which you could peer through to see his higher self. Every time this happens, Bhagavan descends again and again through various people in this world. 500 years before the descension of Jesus was the descension of Buddha. Another 2,500 years before the descension of Buddha was the descension of Krishna, and there are many more in between. Those are just the major ones. In between the Christ and modern time, the source spoke through the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But in that incarnation, part of the Prophet's message was not to view the Prophet or any teacher as an absolute form of the divine. And so Muslims do not look up to the Prophet as Allah, but merely as a window through one can reach that all-pervading source. A messenger. And 200 years ago, that source is said to have descended in Swaminarayan, and 100 years ago as Ramakrishna Paramahansa, and many other times It seems like God never leaves us alone. Thank you, Priscilla, for your rose and ice cream cone a moment ago. Hariom Tat Sat. I am unfamiliar with the Baha'i faith, Gregor, but I would love to know more. Thank you, Anna Maria, for your rose many minutes ago, and Steffi Stoles for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Saturnus, thank you for your love, yo. Cami, you ask a good question. Will we ever come to a time without war and this amount of violence? Is it even possible here? What you want is precisely what you ask about. A time without war and this amount of violence. You desire that as more favorable in the current state of the world. And that's a good thing that you see it that way. However, be careful to assume that that potential you see in the world compared to its current state implies some kind of deficit. That ability for the world to get better is something that you see in it for your own benefit. That is to say, the suffering from one perspective is something that gives rise to an indication of a deficit. But that deficit that is indicated by your potential to serve it is for your own ability of being of service. When we understand the suffering in the world as opportunities for us to help, then it becomes a positive rather than a negative. The suffering itself is not something we want people to experience, but we want to be of service to those people that are suffering. And so that opportunity for us to help, that is our blessing. In that way, one could say that the world may never know a time without war or violence. But that would also imply a state in time where there is no more opportunity for us to be of service. And in my opinion, that is the very nature of why we are here. It is not that the world needs our help, it's that we need to help the world. This universe exists to have problems for us to solve, like a divine playground in which we get to partake in. Our souls, though unaffected by the suffering at the essence of our existence, is still destined to be of service to that suffering. By being of service to that suffering, we serve the potential for growth and become witness to that beauty that arises. That is our blessing by being here in this world. So yes, I do believe that the potential for a better world is always there, but it's not going to get better on its own. It needs our service for its own purpose to be unfolded. That way, it can give us the experience for our own benefit. And thank you, DJ, for another 1, 2, 3, 3 rosas. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yes, a lovely implication that is, Roxy, how since our solar system has arisen from the nebulae created by past explosions of stars, then we literally are made of the same atoms that were fused in the heart of a dying star. And thank you, Aini, for your trio of pumpkin spice lattes a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Saturnus, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Anna Maria, for your rose as well. Jai Sita Ram. Michelle, you share that you wish you could fit everything you'd like to say about this into a TikTok comment. It is a little restricting, isn't it? But I appreciate all of your abilities to make do with our own limitations. And Priscilla, thank you for another heart me a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. Ooh, you ask, do I feel very sad that the birds and small species are going extinct? My heart is heavy at the turning of a big chapter in this history of life on Earth. It is no doubt that we live in a pivotal time where many species are evolving in and out of existence due to adapting to all the ways that human civilization has put pressure on the ecosphere. However, the souls that exist in birds and small insects are no different from the souls that exist in humans and other animals. Their souls aren't going anywhere. That primordial consciousness, which is a witness to experience, is all-pervading and does not die at the death of the body, let alone the extinction of a species. So really, life is going from one form to another. And if we are upset about the particular form, then we may fail to recognize that behind the form is a kind of life that cannot die. And that is something we shall always remember. And thank you, Anna Maria, for another rose a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. Pesto, you ask, what would you do if you woke up as a spider but with a human level consciousness? Now, I remember getting into an argument with a friend of mine named Ria. And Ria and I had this question. She asked me, what would you do if you had my mind? I said, well, I'd be you. And she said, no, you were you, but you were in my mind. I said, well, I'd be you. The consciousness that you are is not different from the consciousness that I am. What differs is the mind. Likewise, if my consciousness were to be in a spider, then I'd be a spider. What we're really asking for is if we had a human mind in a spider's body. But the human mind is only able to express itself through the human body. It could not be able to express itself through a spider's body. And thank you, Valentine, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregardji, you ask, is Krishna equal to Bhagavan? Krishna is one form of Bhagavan. Bhagavan means personal form of God, and Krishna is one personal form of God. Krishna is a devotee of Shiva, another personal form of God. Shiva is a devotee of Krishna. So they are devotees of each other. And thank you, Dancing for Fun and Health, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Alright, Brad smiles. You ask, if my mind was altered in such a way that I could experience being a spider, what would I do? Clever rephrasing. I respect that. Well, I'd try to be the best spider I could. Build the best web. Catch as many insects as I could. Eat up all the mosquitoes. And thank you, Saturnus, for your mystery fireworks. The mystery firework is very interesting. I suppose all fireworks are a bit of a mystery. You also sent regular fireworks as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And 10 tiny dinies. Thank you, Saturnus. Yippee! And thank you, Labyrinth Dreams, for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Saturnus, thank you for your coral, the love you, and a paper crane. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Magdalene, you share that you sat within a meadow today and saw the tiniest spider resting upon a blade of grass. It was nice. I love that. To us, a blade of grass is so small and insignificant, but to that tiny spider it was its whole bed, where it lay, maybe bouncing up and down with the flexibility of the chain of plant cells. I often think how a simple front yard would be like a whole forest as a bug. It would take a long time to traverse the front of your lawn to the back of your lawn. As an ant, it'd be like walking through a giant park. And thank you. Red Pepper, 1,000,000 for your 6 roses a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Besto, you share that you let spiders live in your house when you see one. They're eating flies and makes your life easier. I'm a big fan of the spiders in my house. To be fair, some of the big ones creep me out and I let them outside. We get some pretty big spiders here in the west coast of Canada. Apparently Canada has the largest gathering of spiders anywhere in the world. I'm not exactly sure what that means. We don't have tarantulas or anything, but every now and then there's like a big thick one that walks across my floor. And you know it's a big spider when you can hear it walk. I remember one dangling from my ceiling one time, and then it dropped. And then when it hit the ground, I could hear an audible thud. When you hear a thud of the spider hitting the ground, my goodness. Thank you, Alexandrina, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Asma, thank you for your rose. Jai Sintaram. Alright, Rob Price. Best of wishes to you on your journey today. And thank you, Saturnus, for sunglasses as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jessica, you ask, how do you stop being irritated by everyone and everything? With a lot of patience. Nothing I say is going to make you wake up tomorrow as a non-irritable person. So remember that. It's not like one piece of knowledge is suddenly going to transform your life. You have to work on it, and slowly but surely, you become less irritable. And in that process, we take every irritating situation as an opportunity for us to practice more patience and understanding. Consider the world to be divinely guided. Why is that important for us? Practically, that means when someone is bothering you, consider the divine in their heart ushering them to irritate you. So it's not that they're ignorant and that they have something to prove to you. It's the universe acting through them to test to see if you're going to get irritated. And if you remain patient and understanding, then you pass the test, and the universe rewards you with more ability to manage discomfort and irritating situations. That's why, for example, whenever someone comes into our live stream that we are doing right now, and they are pushing my buttons, I feel blessed because the divine himself / herself has come for my own benefit. That way I can practice hearing them out with understanding, practice refraining from judgment, so that I myself can improve as a better person. And thank you, Tutos, for your pair of roses as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Michelle, you share that your cat testing you all the time. Cats are certainly divinely guided, especially so. Whenever I'm hard at work doing something I've been trying to do all day, it's right then that Shadow and Sandy go, "Meow." Good timing with the hat. so that I become a little more selfless and less motivated on my own pursuits. And thank you, Sin, for your hat and mustache. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Saturnus, for the marvelous confetti. Jai Sita Ram. Sonam, you share that you used to be a live streamer a couple years back on another platform, and trolls become your friends. I love that. Very true. I'm not sure how many of you will admit to it, but I recognize many of your names, and oftentimes you came in here for the first time, being a little rascal. And so it's very lovely to see your sentiment change. And thank you, Leah, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Jared, you've been looking for a soundtrack like this. What can I say it is? It is royalty-free Crown Chakra music that I found on SoundCloud. And thank you, Saturnus, for another marvelous confetti. Sonam, you share that you bet anything that there are people who love me that trolled because I didn't push them away. Yes, I wouldn't take you up on that bet because you'd win. I agree. Kevin Padre, you're wondering my view on Padre Piotte, an Italian mystic. I am unfamiliar with this Italian mystic, but now that you have planted the seed, I am looking forward to becoming more knowledgeable of them in the future. Many of you often ask about Bashar, and so I've been doing research. I've been listening to the channeling of Bashar. It's very interesting. And I'm very grateful for all of you who planted the seed because I was not aware of them. And thank you, Vladimir, for your trio of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. He was very much in the spaghetti of life. I like that idea, Echo Leaf. He was very much in the spaghetti of life. Yes. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 19 roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Vladimir, for your pair of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Saturnus, you share that you like Bashar. Either way, the guy spits a great take on how to love or live. Both. In Gypsy Forest, you share the idea that Bashar is apparently some kind of actor. You found what he teaches interesting, but you don't know what to believe. And Razmir, you were wondering, how was Bashar? G2 Infinity, you share that Bashar is your guy. Channel or not, his explanations have a certain relevance. I have no criticisms of Bashar. Of course, I am not able to experience the world through his eyes directly. However, instead of judging the nature of how he comes to share the words, we can judge the words by themselves and see if they have any ground. And what Bashar shares does not rely on any authority of the channeling itself. So you don't have to believe in the methodology of where the words came from, for we can value the words as they stand and by themselves, as many of you have said, regardless of whether he's channeling or not, they are powerful and practical. So I appreciate them. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny dinies as well. Yippee! And Razmir, you share from your own personal experience that being with Bashar for 20 years, he has been more relevant and helpful. For real, I'm happy that you have found such relevance and help in your life. I believe you. Jared, you share that I cannot find it. Can you please repeat the soundtrack? I looked on SoundCloud, royalty-free crown chakra music. That's all. And it was like 10 minutes long or so. It didn't have a catchy name, nor am I playing it directly from there because I downloaded it, given that it's royalty-free. SMNV. You ask, is it normal not to find your purpose yet, or something that you have a passion about? Absolutely. There are many people that live up until their old age, and then they find the most meaningful thing to do. And it doesn't invalidate any of the experiences they've had before that time. Now, with a purpose, there's one thing to know. That potential is always going to have room for more. So if you're waiting for some time where it becomes obvious, where there's no doubt, then that time will never come. Because a purpose is open for debate. It has space for change. Purpose can be dynamic. It can grow as you grow and learn. So there will be some uncertainty in your purpose, some room for doubt, and that's a good thing, lest we become closed off to some other opportunity that arises later in life. So that doubt is just another form of openness you have towards higher and higher things. And regardless of your purpose, there will always be an even higher purpose for you to strive for. And your meta purpose, your transcendental purpose, is precisely to achieve higher and higher things. As long as you are climbing in that way, then it doesn't matter what your purpose is in this moment, because you are fulfilling the greater scheme of things. This moment contains everything we need to attend to, and everything we need to be attentive to it. So think not of your purpose as something that comes later in life. Living this moment purposeful. Now that is the meaning of life. Thank you, Nicole, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Conbrel, you ask, is the crown chakra the highest? It depends on the chakra system. There are many different systems which divide the chakras differently. The Buddhists refer to 5. Hindus often refer to 7. But those are the 7 main ones. There's also many minor ones and micro ones. I like the way that Sadhguru puts it. Every atom is a chakra. Every atom. Traditionally, however, the crown chakra, sometimes not even referred to as a chakra, is the highest. It is from where you completely open to higher potential. However, there are chakras that are said to be higher, at least in their metaphorical positions relative to the body. If you count 12 fingers up, so about here, or about the span of putting your fingers together like that, then that is said to be where your Surya chakra is. It's a secret chakra related to the sun. And Surya Kriya Yoga often involves opening that chakra. And in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, an esoteric text in Sanskrit enumerating 112 ways to liberation, one of the ways is the so-called Soham breathing, where you bring your prana from your heart to that chakra and then back down through the crown, third eye, throat, and back to the heart. On the rise, you say, so, and on the exhale, hum. And you continue like this. So, hum. So, sometimes there are chakras higher than the crown chakra. However, the more we talk about chakras, the more we're getting lost in all of the spaghetti, as Echo Leaf puts it. Spiritual practices don't have to be esoteric. In fact, too much esotericism is unnecessary. All of the energy in the body gets to where it needs to go simply through service to others, being of help. As we exercise our own infinite potential by giving to others, then that expansiveness of energy naturally unfolds. And Michelle, you ask, what does spaghetti mean? I don't know, but it makes sense in the way that it doesn't make sense. It's the spaghetti. thank you, John F., for your rose. And Kami, thank you for your rose as well. Jai Sita Ram. MJ, you ask, do I ever judge others or myself? You've gotten so much better, but still self-scrutinize. It is a process, and I am learning to. I am learning that when we see the potential in ourselves and others, we might get attached to that potential prematurely and then criticize someone for not being at that potential yet. But criticizing someone for not being at that potential isn't going to help them reach their potential, nor will it help ourselves. So, when we do find an area for improvement in others and ourselves, instead of using that observation to make a judgment, just hold space for that possibility, and you'll find beauty unfolds. Thank you, Saturnus, for your heart me and 10 team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Angelic Lex, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Sita Rama. Well said, Razmir. Spaghetti means the maze, the matrix, the illusion. K-salt. Yes, it is the mess. It's very messy food. I always had a hard time eating spaghetti without getting it all over the place. So my parents told me, when you go on dates, don't order spaghetti. On the first date, don't order spaghetti. That's what they told me. After looking at how much spaghetti was all over me. And I love that, Chad. Forget the mess. Understand it's still always around you. Beautifully said. That's why we have the term in English, a hot mess. You may be a mess, but you're a hot mess. You've got that energy. Timmy Alien has shared some Devanagari that doesn't seem to be quite formed. Now that is a character I've never seen before, that's for sure. Raje something. The diacritic does not seem to be attached to any consonant. Keldamaj. Abazev, you ask, was I raised with a particular faith? It's funny because my mother, she was very open to everything. And my father was open to nothing. So you could say that from my mom's side, I was raised in a little bit of everything. And from my dad's side, I was raised in a lot of nothing. So from my dad's side, I have gained a natural skepticism. And from my mom's side, I have gained a natural tenderness, a fondness towards many different faiths. Now I understand that it is not one faith that is true. It is faith itself that is true. I don't care what you believe in, as long as what you believe in is consistent. And thank you, MJ, for your balloons as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Abba Zev, you share that. Watching my journey over the last few years, you've seen the progress from your father to your mother. Well said. Thank you. Saturnus, you share that your dad said to you, Mike, you know who gets to dance with the prettiest girl in the room? The one who asks. I love that. Someone with a Greek name. Let's see if I can. We got a Kappa, Omega, Sigma, Tau, Alpha, Gustav. That's my guess at how to pronounce the first syllable of your name. But let's see. Your last name looks like Alex, maybe. Aleza something. Do I believe that we are all one and one all? Together we are one. Emphasis on the word together. Latin and Greek name, Constantine and Alexandros. Lovely. Thank you for sharing. I love learning how to pronounce your names. I feel bad when I'm unable to. Razmir, you shared that did you know in 2 days, tomorrow will be yesterday. What is yesterday? No, wait, what is tomorrow if not overmorrow's yesterday? It's that rarely used word in English, overmorrow, referring to tomorrow's tomorrow. Tomorrow is overmorrow's yesterday. Very satisfying, isn't it? Today is always today. But today goes by many names. Thank you, Ruda Begas, for your rose as well. Jai Sita Ram. Abazev, you share that until years later, you came to Israel and now live in the mystical Kabbalistic city of Tzvat. If I have pronounced that. Close enough, perhaps. Overlooking the Sea of Galilee. Ooh. You know, just reading that gave me some mystical feelings. And thank you for sharing that atmosphere with us through your presence here. And thank you, Craig O'Connor, for the love, yo. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Constantine, you share that you follow, but you don't know. You just love the vibe. Why are doing this live? This is a Sangha, which means a particularly non-denominational spiritual gathering for us to relate in one another's experiences, share positive sentiments, and uplift each other. I believe that truth is one but expressed in many forms. So I am here to support you in any way that I can on your journey towards that truth, whatever belief system you belong to, if any at all. And thank you, John F., for your tiny. Yippee! Do those? You'd really like to hear me talk about Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, if I want. Very polite of you to ask. These are the Trimurti, meaning the triple form of God in Hinduism. Brahma is the creator. Brahma comes from Brahman, which refers to the ultimate reality, the all-pervasive existence, which, well, all-expansive, more linguistically correct. And in that expansion, creation unfolds. And it is the personification of that unfolding of creation, the creator, that we get the name Brahma. Vishnu literally means the all-pervasive one. Vishnu is sometimes seen as the personification of that Brahman, since being all-expansive and all-pervading is very much hand in hand. His role is to personify the maintenance, the preservation, the sustenance of that creation. And then Shiva, which means no thing, is the oblivion in which all that returns to. So they represent the same thing, or rather a no-thingness, from which all things arise from Brahma, persist through Vishnu, and return to Shiva. They are the same divinity, operating in different agencies. And yes, false DK, I can happily lower the music for you. Let me do so. Thank you for telling me. I've lowered it 15%. And thank you, Saturnus, for your hanging lights. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose as well. And Gregor, you ask, now can we talk about the Dattatreya, the one who embodies all three of the Trimurti? Now that is not something I am well versed in. It does make sense, however, that there is a personification that embodies creation, preservation, and destruction all at once. This particular form I am unfamiliar with, which is funny, because I would very much love to be more familiar with them. So thank you for pointing that out for me to do some more research in. And thank you, Jed Corpse, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. The music is much better. Grain. Is that how I pronounce your name? Grain. Gregor, you share that it's a story about how the mother helped the three with kindness, and they all incarnated as her child. Oh, how lovely is that? Thank you, Yelna, for your rose. Jai Sita Rama. I agree, Isabella. It is fun to ponder things. These things, not thing. Supreme subjects, and not at all objects. Cinders, you share that you're gonna feel daft for answering or asking. Jeez. But when I say that, what I roll my R's for, what am I saying? Radhe or Radhe. It means, O Radha, O Radha. In English, when we're vocating someone, we put the O sound before their name. Like I could say, Oh Cinders. In Sanskrit, from where the name Radha comes from, there's a more grammatical way of modifying their name so that it becomes vocative. The last vowel, A, becomes A. So Radhe means, Oh Radha. So we're calling out to Radha. Now who is that? Well, she is personified here next to Krishna as the sole beloved of Krishna. She represents the divine feminine. What exactly is the divine feminine? Well, she is the triple Shakti. She is creation, creatures, and the relationships that spans creation and the creatures. Creativity, perhaps. She is creation, creativity, and all the creatures. We call her Mother Nature. Also known as Kali, asks Yelna. Yes, same divinity, but from a different angle. Like how when your mom's really angry at you, then she's a different person. It's the same mom, but you say her regular self isn't here right now. Kali is the annihilating sign of Radha. Thank you, Morgan, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Barawana News, great name. Thank you for your finger heart. Radhe or Radhe. She's definitely saying your full government name when she calls you. Oh yes. Now, here, let me actually grab her. Now she has a mala of heads around her neck. These are human heads that she wears. Now there are regular malas that are made of other precious stones and materials, but her mala, she does her mantra repetitions on her garland of heads. Now, who are the heads? Are they her enemies? No, this is the most scary part. Those are the heads of her devotees. You go to Kali to get your head cut off. And if you're lucky, she'll keep it for herself. She is the reason that Ganesh has an elephant head. As Mother Parvati, she cut off her own child's head. And when Shiva was so upset, "What have you done to our child?" she said, okay, and allowed a new head to be put on. Only an elephant was nearby, so they had to make do with the elephant head. What is the symbol of getting your head cut off by Kali? It is our ego. Letting the mother take our ego away. Give our ego to the mother. You have it. Here you go. And thank you, JR, for your popcorn. Aryom Tat Sat. Now, why don't we read another section from a pocket Pema Chodron, one that I happen to have here. Pema is a Buddhist nun, one of the wisest women in the world. She is often called, although she certainly does not accept such a title herself. She's too humble for that. And many of her great sayings have been collated here in this little book. So we'll just read a short one. Let's read number 105. Enlightenment is just the beginning. And I also have the book cover that I can put up. There it is. No matter where we are on the Bodhisattva path, whether we are just beginning or we've practiced for years, we are always stepping further into groundlessness. Enlightenment is not the end of anything. Enlightenment, being completely awake, is just the beginning of fully entering into what we know not what. I love the choice of word groundlessness. Sometimes in our culture we put a lot of emphasis on being grounded. And note that she is not saying to become ungrounded, but groundless. Means that there is no such thing as ground. Your stability is not below you. It is in your freedom to be like a bird in the sky. Can I read it again? Asked Miriam. As you wish. Enlightenment is just the beginning. No matter where we are on the Bodhisattva path. Whether we are just beginning or we've practiced for years, we are always stepping further into groundlessness. Enlightenment is not the end of anything. Enlightenment, being completely awake, is just the beginning of fully entering into we know not what. Much blessings to you, Tutos. A good verse. "105. That's right, Magdalene. And you share Karma-kanda that you just ordered that book an hour ago. Well, how lovely. I am grateful for the universe working in its mysterious ways through me to you." Thank you, Priscilla, for your rose a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And Nate, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Cinders, for your garland headpiece and hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. And Haley Queen, thank you for your heart me, team bracelet, and trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! Jed Corpse, you had asked, how long have I been interested in Hinduism? I have been consciously interested in Hinduism for a few years now in this life. When I was in university, I started exploring Buddhism, Taoism, as well as Hinduism. After my own spiritual awakening, even before, in my final high school years, I remember looking up Ganesh, that elephant-headed god of Hinduism, and feeling connected even though I knew little about that culture. Thank you, Maya, for your pair of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Saturnus, you share that the reading reminds you of the realization that for a true master, there is no destination, just the journey. For with each step forward, our potential grows by 2 steps more. Thank you, Cinders, for your quintet of rosas and a rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ah, love from my birthplace, says Vibrating Buddha. Thank you. And thank you, Kraine Clarke. Now I'm just overpronouncing your name. Thank you for your 10 tiny tinies. Yahoo! And Jed Corpse, thank you for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Kylie, Thank you for your trio of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Haley Queen, thank you for your cheer you up as well. Jai Sitaram. Kevin, you ask, what was my spiritual awakening moment? It came through my study of mathematics and logic. And I don't mean in the way that some people are interested in numerology or sacred geometry. Genuinely, I was studying very formal mathematics, set theory, first order logic, propositional calculus. And I didn't have any spiritual ambitions, at least not conscious ones. I just wanted to know, out of sheer curiosity, what is it about math and logic that is able to produce the universe, at least in the language that it describes? Notice that it's different from asking, how does the universe have description in math? What is the description of the universe through math? I was curious, what gives math its potential to be able to describe the universe? And there are many ways in which I arrived at the same conclusion, and after a while, the conclusion seemed so miraculous that I had to become spiritual in order to understand it. For example, in set theory, which is the theory that is the foundation of math, it's perhaps best not described as a theory. It's more of a framework which mathematics is built upon. In that framework, everything is described as sets, pure sets. A set sounds exactly what it sounds like in the most abstract sense, just a container of something. And a set can either contain nothing or contain something. And if it contains something, then that thing which it contains is also either a set that contains something or a set that contains nothing. For example, the numbers in math aren't fundamental elements. They are like molecules that are built by sets themselves. Sets are like the subatomic particles. For example, 0 is just the empty set, a set that doesn't contain anything. The number 1 is a set that contains one thing, particularly 0, the empty set. The number 2 is the set that contains two things, namely the first two sets we've described, the empty set and 1, the set containing the empty set. You'll notice that there's a lot of empty sets being flown around here in words, vocabulary, because ultimately that's all everything is made up of mathematically, is the empty set in various constituents. There is no set that has a downward chain forever. It's called the axiom of regularity, also known as foundation, which posits that the empty set is the foundation of all sets. If you keep asking, what's inside of this, you may get a complicated structure, but if you keep questioning, what is this structure comprised of, eventually you'll get back to the empty set. Is this Sanskrit, asks Isabella. No, it's math. Even worse. And eventually that started to strike me as very mystical, that it is from the empty set that all sets are created. And because set theory posits that everything is a set, then that means everything is ultimately made up of that emptiness, just in various combinations with itself. So you could say that everything is made up of nothing. Literally. That nothingness is the substance of everythingness. And that started to sound a lot like Buddhist koans that are all supposed to be paradoxical, or Zen koans. In Taoism, the Tao is mystically described as that which cannot be said. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Well, you know, nothingness sounds a lot like this Tao, this eternal truth, from where everything comes from. Because you can't speak about nothing. In order to speak about nothing, you have to put it to words, and the moment that you put it into words, it's no longer nothing. Likewise, when it comes to all of the religions in the world, I started to discover a kind of theme of this nothingness arising again and again, only in modern times we have forgotten the meaning of such. Or, at least, it is not publicly known. It is not commonly known. And how difficult it is to describe the ultimate reality in terms of nothing. Because you could say that the meaning of life is nothing, and people won't understand what you mean. They sound like you're dismissing the question, that there is no meaning. And then you sound like a crazy person trying to emphasize, no, nothing. The nothingness itself, that's the meaning. And unless they also have had this realization, there is no point in trying to convey that which is not. So you could say that I found nothing at the bottom of math, and it was from that nothingness that I awoke. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your half-dozen roses. Jai Sita Ram. And it's me. Thank you for your hanging lights as well. And a heart me I see. Jai Sita Ram. Matthew O'Connor, you asked, how does one achieve liberation through self-realization without religion? Good question. Now, I must warn you that there is an element of religion that you cannot avoid on the pathway to self-realization. But that element is not locked behind dogma. In fact, you have to escape that dogma of any religion if you want to achieve that liberation. But the element of religion which is unavoidable is bhakti, which refers to devotion. Devotion is a necessary part of liberation, but not in the way that you might think. Does that mean you have to be surrendered to some higher power? That we should do some rituals worshipping it every day, and that I need to pray and go to the temple? Not at all. Bhakti is more mystical than that, more subtle. It refers to some kind of sentiment in our heart towards the nature of the ultimate reality. It's important that we look up to that ultimate reality with a kind of reverence, even if you don't put it to a particular form. It's important that in our heart there is this kind of wonder that happens in the direction of that source. It is not so different than the sentiment in wonderful children. I'm using that word very literally. Wonderful children. The children have that sense of wonder. They don't need to be religious, but it's that devotion to life that is inherent in them. There is a beautiful longing towards the possibility of existence. And it's that element of religion that is necessary. But the methodology in any particular religion for bringing up that sentiment of bhakti, of devotion, that is what you do not need. It is the form in which that devotion happens. Like how in Christianity, for example, idolatry is strictly prohibited. And what does that mean precisely? It means that we don't get attached to idols of truth as the absolute, and instead go to what they represent. It is what the words, the forms represent that you should bring your attachments towards. Have that devotional sentiment towards. Happy to have gotten the point across. Thank you for your question, Matthew. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. Michelle, you share that you were once told by a small child that she likes you because you see her. It is the purpose of small children to be seen. Why? Not because they need it, but because we need to be more aware of our childlike self that we have locked away through the prison of adolescence. It is a gift to play with children, not a necessity on their part. What children offer us in return for witnessing their growth is something that is priceless. The purpose of beauty is to be seen. And thank you, Aurelius Crone, for your rosa as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that, Nova. The global religions are nothing but spirituality clubs, just like the NFL, the World Cups, or athletic clubs. Thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny dinies as well. Yippee! And Vivi, thank you for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Kevin Padre, you share that you always believed the 12 apostles were very childlike. I love that. Very pure, innocent. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Inclusa, you ask, have I noticed the quantic net in 9 multiplication? It is a wonderful mathematical fact that whatever base system you are using, one less than that base, its factors can be easily found by summing up the digits and then testing if that smaller number is divisible by one of those factors. So because we have 10 fingers, which is this amount of things, we use this amount of symbols in order to represent our digits. If we had this amount of fingers, then we'd probably use that amount of digits, and so the number 10 would actually represent this amount, because we've used all of the digits and now we have to keep using them. So we then start at 1 again and put a 0 before. In our case of base 10, 1 less than our base is 9, and the factors of 9 are 1, 3, and 9 itself. Now anything has a factor of 1, so that's uninteresting. But 3 and 9, you can check if a number is divisible by 3 and 9 by adding up the digits in base 10 and checking if that number is divisible by 3 or 9. For example, you immediately know that 72 is divisible by 9. In other words, it's a multiple of 9, because 7 plus 2 is 9. And note that this is true for any base. For example, if, like computers, we used hexadecimal, base 16, then 1 less than 16 is 15, and 15 has the factors 3 and 5. So in base 16, if you had a number such as, let's say, 2, 3, 10, 10 would be a single digit in hexadecimal, but because we have 16 symbols for the digits, 2, 3, 10, that if you add up the digits, that would add up to 15. And since 15 is a multiple of 1 less than the base, 16, making 15, then you will also find that you are able to use this quantic net, as you call it, to discover the factors of a number simply by looking at its expansion. So, there is nothing special about 9. It is the decimal system that we use and this mathematical fact which allows us to find factors this way. And 10 is a rather arbitrary number, so I would be cautious towards looking at absolute value in anything that is decimal related, because decimal is an arbitrary number system. The Mayans used base 60, and so that fact about 9 wouldn't work if you were living with the Mayans. Gaelic cultures use base 20, and so that fact about 9 also wouldn't work with the Gaelic culture. Binary uses base 2, binary, and so there aren't any fun factors for you to discover. The point is that base 10 is a very human thing, as is base 60 in the Mayans, or base 20 with the Gaelic, or base 2 for the computers. That is why numbers that come from our base system don't hold inherent meaning themselves. So when you see 11, 11, 3, 3, the reason they have repeated digits is simply a coincidence, because we use a base 10 system. Does that mean there is no meaning present in these numbers? Of course there is meaning, but the meaning is created from within, from our own association. Whenever my mother sees her favorite number, 11, she gets happy. And it's the happiness in her that matters, and not the number. If her favorite number was anything else, then it would still make happiness appear. And it is that which is important. So let us drop this notion of objective meaning in our mathematical system and focus on the subjective qualities that we create and cultivate within our heart. That kind of meaning is much more important and is not dependent on an external source. And I like that, John. The number 0, now that is the same in all base systems. It is the only number which is absolute. And thank you, Maya, for your rosa a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Morgan, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, John F., for your fruit friends. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 10 bouncing beach volleyballs. Jai Sitaram. Heartsy, you ask, what do you think about images and messages? I like seeing dragons a lot. Suffering is something we all have experienced. And it is in our suffering that we feel incomplete. As we grow up, we look for greater meaning in things, because that is what we are designed to do. We look for meaning in patterns of numbers, or in patterns of words, or in symbols that show up in our life. But the more we look for meaning in the symbols that come to us, then the less we find meaning in ourself. Ultimately, that piece of ourself that is missing from us is not found in the world. Many of us have come to spirituality by the appearance of messages, signs in our life, by seeing certain patterns of energy, and through that we have attached ourselves to some escape. We then empower ourselves with the meaning that we have imbued into these signs. This meaning that we have bestowed it is something that was always inside us. Our higher purpose is in that very ability to find meaning everywhere. And as we give meaning to the people, places, and things in our life, then we create among the canvas of life a painting of our choosing. When we were born and we looked upon the world with sparkling eyes of wonder, it did not have any inherent meaning, not because we were unlearned, but because it was a canvas for our own creation. It starts off as blank, just as an ordinary painter's canvas, and as we grow, we begin to fill it in. We may get caught up in some detail of how we've painted something or another, but all self-expression is valid. I have a difficult time answering questions about what the meaning of certain numbers are, or of dragons and images, or of certain shapes or themes in your life. I have a hard time answering this question because it's not up to me, it's up to you. If you ask of me what the meaning of something in your life is, then you are giving away your power for someone else to paint your canvas. Meaning is not given by any authority separate from yourself. You are the one responsible for the meaning you bestow on the world, and it is merely my suggestion that you find beauty in all of it. And thank you, James, for your heartmeat and your balloons. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Kills, for your heartmeat as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Saturnus, for your coral. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Annie, for your rose and heartmeat. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Zealot, for your 7 cloud breads. You remembered. Thank you for your earlier cloud bread from yesterday, forming an octet today. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Saturnus, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paper cranes. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I trust that Rob Price on their journey is as well as they can. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregor G, you ask, how many realms in Hinduism? Is it equal to the Norse world tree, perhaps? 3 numbers come to mind, depending on how you see them. 1, none, and infinite. To me, there are only 3 valid numbers. All the rest are arbitrary. 0, 1, and infinity. Just as you could say that there is one truth, there is no truth. And just as you could say there is no truth, there is infinite truths. Likewise, each of us constitute our own realm in this manifold existence. And of the infinite beings there are infinite realms also. You could just as easily say that it is the unity of all those infinite realms that just constitutes the one. And that one realm is the totality of all that there is. But that unity is only one relative to the many. By itself, it is really vacancy absolute. It is in that ability for everything to arise from it that it has the value of zero. Just as zero is the origin point for the number line, it gives reason for all other values. Likewise, you could say that there are no realms, just a vast emptiness from which the totality exists. Thank you, Denise, for your rose a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you say that someone requested another section of the Vajana Amrut. Was it you? Inclusa, you would like to read another section. As you wish, my dear. Okay. This is a spiritual text which has about 300 discourses from Shriji Maharaj, known by many various epithets and honorifics. This is the Gadhada 111 on Magshar Sudhi the 14th, Samvat 1876, or the 30th of November 1819. Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes, which seems to be his favorite color. At the time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Brahmananda Swami asked, Maharaj, what is the nature of vasana? Shriji Maharaj explained, a desire within the antakaran to enjoy vishais that have been previously seen, heard, or indulged in is called vasana. Moreover, a desire within the antakaran to enjoy these vishais that have not been previously indulged in is also called vasana. Thereafter, Muktananda Swami asked, Maharaj, who can be called Ekantik Bhakta of God? Shriji Maharaj replied, a person who has no vasana except that of God, and who offers bhakti, devotion, to God, realizing themselves to be Brahmarup, a form of God. They are called Ekantik Bhakta. So, good question. What is vasana? As described by Shriji Maharaj, although depending on the word vishai, it's a desire to experience something pleasurable that you have experienced before or that you have not experienced. Like when we see other people enjoy some pleasure, We want to experience what it's like to buy that Lamborghini, drive it into the driveway, and then have everyone praise us for it. Feel how it goes from 0 to 60 in a ridiculously short amount of time. If that's something we haven't experienced, we might desire to experience it ourselves. Or maybe we have already experienced something like that, but it has faded away. Maybe we've owned that Lamborghini for years, and we don't get the same attention anymore. We'd like to feel what it was like to drive it off the lot for the first time. We'd like to feel what it's like again to have people praise us for it the first time. That kind of material desire to experience something that we have not, or that other people have had before, or that we have had before, is vasana. And so a true devotee of that one divinity is one who has no vasana other than that to experience the source directly, realizing themselves to be Brahmarup, the very form of God. Does that mean we walk around feeling like we're God? No. We walk around feeling like we have the potential to do God's work, to help others, to listen, to love. That is the Brahmarup. I don't want to have vasana, says Constantine. Yes, me too. How do we get there? By realizing that the greatest pleasure of all is the association with the divine. Like when we're enjoying our crackers at school, but then you see that your friend, they've got Oreo cookies instead of crackers. Peh. Now you drop your crackers. You've discovered something even more pleasurable. Whereas material success, belongings, those are like the crackers. God is like the Oreo cookie. Why wouldn't you desire that when all you have is cracker? And thank you, Karma-kat, for your hand hearts a few minutes ago. And Manon, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. Karma-kat, you ask to hear what my experience of Kundalini has been. Well, I think you can view that. It's very obvious, isn't it? If Kundalini is the dormant feminine energy, well, how many people come in here asking if I'm a guy or a girl? Now, when I was younger, there was no debate about this. If you saw a picture of me, that's a guy. But when that dormant feminine energy becomes awakened, now there is suddenly room for debate. And thank you, Katie, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And wake up and twinkle. Thank you for your heart me and your quartet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Karma-kanda, you share that. It's funny because when yours woke up, you started dressing like a boy for a bit. Well, self-expression is still feminine. If you express yourself in one way or another, it's the expression that is feminine, not the particular form which you express yourself through. The decision to open yourself up to the variety of expression, that is the dormant femininity awakening. Thank you, Grain Clark, for your hand hearts as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kelsey Ann, you share that Christ consciousness is Kundalini energy, you thought. Indeed, that capacity, that potential being manifest, becomes the Kundalini. But the Christ consciousness, that's the divine masculine. The potential is the masculine. The potency is the feminine. The Christ consciousness opens you up to that expression, to that Kundalini. So they are related. And thank you, Heartsy, for your heart me. I love getting a heart me from Heartsy. Hari Om Tat Sat. So through both we find balance. I like that, Kelsey Ann, indeed. The Kundalini is always at odds with the Christ consciousness. And the Christ consciousness is always at odds with the Kundalini. Because the divine feminine wants to explore and be unbounded. But the divine masculine says, whoa, 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 don't get too carried away with any particular expression. You'll lose track of the infinite potential that is here, dormant. But the divine feminine says, no, 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 I don't want to get lost in all the potential. Then I'll never be anything. I want to do it all. I gotta start somewhere. This divine tango happens within a lot of boyfriend-girlfriend relationships, where the girlfriend wants to do this and that and that and this and that and this and that. But the boyfriend is sitting there going, hold on. Before we decide on all of that, let's just think about this. Why don't we become one-pointed for a second? Girlfriend says, that's boring. If we do that, then we'll never do anything. We might as well do something. And it is in the balance of the divine masculine and the divine feminine that these relationships flourish. It is hard to picture. Consider the seed as the masculine and the tree that grows from it as feminine. Consider a star as masculine, but the supernova as feminine. Consider your inhale as masculine and your exhale as feminine. Consider sleep to be masculine and waking to be feminine. Consider blackness to be masculine, but that spectrum of light to be the feminine. They cannot exist without each other, and yet they're always at odds. Thank you, Christian, for your heartbeat a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Well said, Brad smiles. The Divine Feminine, playfully dancing. The Divine Masculine, observing her dance. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to use you, Brad, to help answer Kelsey's question. Where did you learn that it goes this deep? If it's a book, you need it. Alright, let me ask you, Brad, what book did you read that from? Where did you learn this fact that you share? You paraphrased from Cryon. On a YouTube a few years ago, you don't remember the title, 2015-ish. Thank you, Brad. Now, I had hoped that you were merely making an observation from your intuition. It's quite alright that you are paraphrasing, but perhaps I led you on with a question. You observed it yourself as you listened, and now you feel it. Well said. You didn't have to get it from any particular place. At some point, this observation would have been made. The YouTube video facilitated the observation being made. But observation means that it's there before you. You can come to know it without having to rely on any particular authority. So, for the sake of any truth behind these words, they must be observations that are knowable by you. If these words had come from anywhere, then how could we know them to be true without observing them to be true ourselves? If we say, well, I get my spirituality from this teacher, and they get their spirituality from this book, and they get that book from this tradition, then how can we know for certain? When do we start knowing with our own eyes? When do we start observing it directly? Now I understand that puts me in a difficult situation. Because it would be great if I could just refer you to a book from where I am speaking. But if I could refer you to a book from where I am speaking, then that would mean my words have no weight to them. Because they rely on a secondary source. I hope not to convince you of anything, but to point out something in your experience. So you don't have to say, I believe you. You say, I see. It's like if you and I were in a room and we were discussing the color of the wall, and you asked me, what color is the wall? And I said, it's blue. And then you asked me, from what book says that this wall is blue? Where can I read about this blue wall? Now, I believe you that you're saying this wall is blue, but I'd like to see for myself. Let me read the book so then I can know that it's blue too. You just have to look at the wall and see for yourself. Oh, yes, it's blue. Okay, yeah. I like that. Raising your frequency. Tasting food is different than reading about food. Yes. If tasting food and reading about food were one, if reading about it was sufficient, then just by reading the recipe you'd feel full. Oh yes, if I mix 2 scoops of flour, 3 cups of water, pinch of salt, oh, yeah, I feel my hunger dissolving. The more ingredients you read, I'm getting full now. Close the book. Nice and filled up. Yet we make the same mistake with spiritual scriptures. To know God, all you have to do is read the Bible. Well, if we're that easy, then every Christian would be like the Christ, walking around with direct perception of God, manifesting that divinity. At some point, we have to actually make the recipe that is described. And I like the way you put that, Saturnus. The more we read, the hungrier we get. Isn't it? It is the opposite effect. We don't get less hungry by reading a recipe, we get more hungry. I like that, Kelsey. What if acting on our highest passion at every given moment is our purpose? Now, how could I disagree with that? And thank you, God, for your rose. Many minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Linda, for your 11 roses. Jai Sita Ram. And Craig, thank you for your swan, and your heart me, and your garland headpiece. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Kills, thank you for a quintet of cheer you ups. Radhe, Radhe. I'm very behind on extending my gratitude, so I appreciate everyone's patience. And Saturnus, thank you for your 10 tiny tinies. Many minutes ago by now. Yippee! And Craig, thank you for your pair of cheer you ups. Jai Sita Ram. And Maya, thank you for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kelsey, you share that people seem to believe that the universe requires us to suffer in order to obtain joy. It is not that we are required to suffer to obtain joy, but that we are required to work through our suffering to obtain joy. It's not going to happen by itself. It's not like, okay, you've suffered this much, now you can be happy. It's that you've worked through enough of your suffering to begin the process of creating happiness for yourself. That requires a conscious effort that is secondary to the experience of suffering itself. It is what we make of it that catalyzes joy. And what we make of it requires intent and a shift in our perspective towards that joy. And thank you, Saturnus, for your hat and mustache too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I like that, Randy verified. This world is what we make of it. Let's make it into a loving, awesome place to live. Well said. And Asma, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mistra, for your 9 roses, bubble tea, and 10 fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Leare, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sintaram. Active imagination, you share that your grandma just passed. Can we wish her well in the afterlife together? We certainly can. And as a Sangha, we can do so together. But there isn't just the opportunity for wishing her well. I wish you well on your journey to healing from losing a loved one in your life. In fact, I'm sure that she would say that in death, love need not be directed to those who died, but those who experienced her death. You are one of her loved ones. Being a loved one means that her love goes to you. So may you feel loved during these trying times. And thank you, Ali, for your quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart and cloud bread. Radhe Radhe. And a tiny tiny. Yahoo! And Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Kiroro Nov, you ask, what do I think of this statement? Why is there something rather than nothing? I like how you phrased that. You're not asking me, why is there something rather than nothing? You are asking, what do I think about asking that question? By asking this question, we are made aware of the fact that this universe had no inherent cause. That the universe isn't necessary. Now, there are many things in the universe that are necessary for the existence of other things in the universe. But there could have just been no expression. No time, no space, no left or right or up or down, no darkness, no light, no sound or silence. And yet there is. And so what this question points to is the realization of the preciousness of this moment. It is because that it didn't need to be that gives it so much meaning. You don't need to walk out of the house with your favorite dress on and some beautiful mascara. And that's what makes the expression that much more meaningful. Because it is a conscious choice. It has to have been. You cannot randomly produce something where there could have been nothing. That is a decision one must make. Where there has to be a cause, then there is no need for a conscious decision. Because of the rule system we have for describing what time it is, the current time is arbitrary. It has no meaning. There is no need for a conscious awareness of what time it is, no need to keep track of it when we have computer systems that automate the process. The very fact that this existence is causeless gives rise to this miraculous consciousness. Thank you, Nish, for your cloud bread, and B525. Thank you for your rose. Aryom Tat Sat. And Nina's moonlight. Thank you for your heart me. Aryom Tat Sat. Imp Kitty. Thank you for your pair of roses. And Myth Person. Thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Jai Sitaram. Linda? You ask, so we exist because we are conscious? What about not being conscious? Didn't quite catch that. Could I elaborate? Yeah. I am having fun exploring this concept as it is happening. This is the first time I've tried to explain it. So I thank you all for this opportunity for me to refine the way I explain it. So, the question was, why is there something rather than nothing? The very fact that we can question this at all implies a choice. That there need not be a universe. There doesn't seem to be anything preventing that possibility of just a non-existent void void of even void itself. Just absolute nothingness. Not even a nothingness with a time component or a space component. We can only describe it in terms of that which is not. But even that is carrying us away from this true possibility where there need not be this expression at all. And yet there is. So why? What decisionless decision was made in order for this universe to have existed? You could say that it's random, but randomness implies a process that was already ongoing, like someone flipping a coin. Okay, well, where did the process that spawned that randomness come from? Eventually, this gives rise to a funny feeling that the reason there is something rather than nothing is miraculous. It's a miraculous decision, if you can even call it that. But it was no mere unconscious process, because that would imply a kind of randomness, a kind of necessity to exist. So this existence has been spawned by some kind of conscious being. Otherwise, there needn't be any of this. And thank you, Nina's Moonlight, for another pair of finger hearts. Still behind on my gifts. Thank you. And Myth Person, thank you for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yes, what was your question, Cardo? You are welcome to ask it. And I'm still interested in pursuing this concept. I just also have gifts that I'd like to extend my appreciation back to. Like Kiro Nov for your heart me and a team bracelet. Hello Yana. Ariom Tatsat. And thank you Imp Kitty for your pair of roses and heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you Jason for your rose. And Yana, thank you for your heart me team bracelet and rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you John for your 5 cloud breads. Radhe Radhe. And Lena, thank you for your 7 roses. I like your questions, Randy Verified. Why can't things just be? Why do they need to have been started or ended? Couldn't we just be a cosmic consciousness that just is because it is? I agree with you. And Warrior Priestess, you are wondering, so is my belief that we came from nothing? If we are an illusion, how did that illusion manifest? Now, it is the non-dual point of view which posits this reality as a kind of illusion. But this is not my belief. I consider the real illusion to not be what's happening, but rather our ignorance to what is happening. That is to say, the material world itself is not elusive, but our beliefs about it. For example, our belief that it should be a certain way. That is the mirage. When we look at our friend, and what we see is a version of them that is not. Because we have these assumptions about who they're supposed to be, then that is the illusion. It's our presumptions about the universe that are elusive, because they are not representative of reality. But the experience we're having now is very real. And you might ask, how do you know that it's real? Because even if it weren't, there is still meaning in that, and that meaning is very real. Like a children's book. You ask your parents, is this story real? Even if they say no, does that mean there's no point to the book? To the story? Of course not. The meaning in the book is very real, and the emotions that you experience while reading it is also very real. But this nothingness that we have arisen from is more of an abstraction. There is no time component to it. We might say that everything comes after nothing, in the same way that calculus comes after high school algebra. Does this mean that calculus only spawns into existence after you have come to understand algebra? No, calculus and algebra, they exist simultaneously. The foundation of calculus being algebra simply means that it is from the algebra that calculus arises, but they coexist. You first have to understand algebra in order to understand calculus. It's a sequence not in time, but a sequence of discovery. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Gels, for your trio of cheer you ups. Julia, thank you for grounding us with a very practical question. Is it normal to get upset? If by normal you mean common, absolutely. Has there ever been a person who has not gotten upset? At least once in their life? I would be cautious to label anything as normal or abnormal. What matters is how you attend to it. What's done is done. If you come to someone who has been hurt, you could start criticizing how the person that hurt them was a bad person and that they shouldn't have behaved like this. But the person who is hurt is still in need of your attention first. Rather than attending to the situation, we are just labeling it and getting lost in all of our labels for it. Is it normal to get upset? Well, when you are upset, the question should not become, is it normal, is it not normal? It's, what do you do next? In this moment, how can I attend to it? Is there someone who I have hurt by being upset? Do I need to help them now? Or by being upset, did I set the right boundaries? And if so, how can I uphold them? Is there something I need to think about now? Being upset is not good. It's not bad. It's not normal, not abnormal. Being upset is an experience, and it's up to you how you choose to deal with that experience. And thank you, MJ, for your dozen roses. Ariom Tat Sat. And Richie Jr., thank you for your trio of fire. Jai Sitaram. In Clusa, you ask why diversity and not unity exists. If there was unity, then we'd all be one blob. Without diversity, there'd be no brunettes, blondes, redheads. There'd be no humans, goats, and ants. No Earth, no Moon, no Sun. No Milky Way, no Andromeda. There'd just be one. You could ask, well, what would that one thing look like? Well, to describe that one thing, we can only make comparison. If we described it as heavy, then that would imply the existence of something light. But if it's heavy relative to something that's light, then there isn't a unity, is it? So it must have no weight. If you say that it's warm, then that implies the existence of something that is cold. But if it's warm relative to something that's cold, then there must not be a unity, and so it does not have any temperature. In this way, without diversity, there are no qualities. There really is nothing in unity. So diversity is what allows that expression to vary, to have qualities, to have form. But you're asking for a different kind of unity. A unity of heart. A unity where we're not getting angry at each other. A unity where there is no violence. A unity where there is peace. In such a world with no conflict, then there is nothing to do. We are defined by who we are, by what goals we work towards. But a goal implies something missing. Otherwise, you wouldn't work towards it, now would you? Do you think that we'll ever figure everything out? That we'll be able to complete every project that's possible? Do everything that's possible to do? When you phrase it like that, the answer is quite obviously no, because there's always more to do. More to do means there will always be a problem to solve, some conflict to attend to. So why is there diversity rather than unity? Because that is the way it has always been, and the way it always will be. Without that diversity, there's no room for growth, and it is the room for growth that is more important than growth itself. Otherwise, we become limited by our perfection. The point of life is to live, and that living is indeed a process. Process implies change. And change means going from one thing to something else. So that diversity is what makes room for life to happen. And yes, it gives rise to anger, violence, conflict in general. But it is within those negativities that we find room for growth. What is the negative if not the potential for positive? And a world without a potential for positive is not one I'd like to live in. It's not one I can live in. And so, if I always want to live in a world with the potential for positive, then I guess I always want to live in a world with some negative. That doesn't mean I want there to be a problem. It means I want there to be a solution. And always is there some solution, something to do, someone to serve, someone to help. It is in that service, that help, that we find the ultimate expression. Anna, you ask, what am I doing wrong? And by the way, before all of that, I was so insensitive to these things. You share that after you started meditating, reading the Gita, and participating in sanghas, you can only suffer for others, even though the intention is the opposite. You are not doing anything wrong. Have you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? It's okay if you haven't. I have a good analogy from there, if you have. Yes, you have. You know Zuko's arc? From this reject of the Fire Nation to eventually helping overthrow that very Fire Nation. When Zuko was beginning to challenge his own beliefs, particularly through someone that he had a crush on, he started enjoying the simple pleasures of socializing with someone that he was fond for. He started to get very sick. And Uncle Iroh watched over him as he transformed. He got very, very sick. Quite literally. So too, when we are discovering new ways, the process of letting go of our old ways can open up so much suffering that we've been holding on to. In the process of meditation, that can bring up a lot of traumas, a lot of sensitivity to things that we were repressing. In that process of building something new, it's the demolition of the old that can put up quite a fight. I'm about to sneeze. Pardon me. Thank you. Afraid I'm unfamiliar with, or I'm not quite sure when exactly the last gift was sent that I need to attend to. But let me start from the bottom. Lena, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And Zanetta, thank you for your friendship necklace. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Mistra, for your half-dozen fires. And for your hand hearts. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Simply Dawn, thank you for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you. This is my show for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, this is my show. And thank you, Mistra, for another pair of flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pumpkin spice latte. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Lena, for your trio of tiny dinies many minutes ago. Yahoo! And Hybrid Jen, thank you for another disco love and heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Cami, for your quartet of roses. And Richie Jr. for your fire. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. User 227, you share that when your dad sneezes, it sounds like an explosion in another room. Who knows? Maybe I did also cause an explosion in another room. Hopefully not, though. And Julia, you had asked, Yam, it's a personal question, but do I still get upset if I feel that someone you love doesn't treat you right? Does your ego pop up? I'm definitely still learning. And when someone I love doesn't treat me right, maybe it's not that I feel like there is a right way to treat me. Perhaps it's more so that because of our connection, there is the implicit assumption that we help each other become better people. And I stand up for their own potential to do better when they mistreat me. Because it's not about them treating me right, it's about them being a kind person, and I want that for them. If you could say that's the ego arising or not, I'm sure there is room for debate on that. But I wouldn't say that it's wrong to stand up for your own boundaries, when by doing so, you help enforce their own knowledge of where boundaries are. Without consequences for crossing another's boundaries, how can they know where they are? We cannot expect them to assume what our needs are. And so, by getting upset with them, that can be one way for our voice to be heard. We only get heard in the process when we impose any expectations, that we expect them to have done better. Then our own unfulfilled expectations produce unhappiness within. We can still stand up for what is right without setting expectations. We can do our best to rally for change. And if change doesn't occur, then that's not a reflection that we have done anything wrong. We have done our best, and that's all we could have done. Nuno, Damasceno, you ask, Yam, are we fractals? If one definition for a fractal is that you find a pattern within yourself, and within that pattern you find the very same pattern on another scale, then there are many aspects of life that are fractal-like. You are a part of my experience, and yet the same consciousness that I am, I experience through you, and vice versa. So within you I find myself, and within that part of myself I find you, and within that part of you I find myself ad infinitum. reminds me of the story of Krishna and Radha, who are each other's biggest devotees. Krishna is always chanting Radhe, 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 Radhe. And Radha is always chanting Krishna, 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 Krishna. They become so immersed in each other's devotion that just by meditating on the form of Sri Radha, Krishna starts to imagine that he himself is Radha. Because his devotion is so selfless, he forgets who he is in comparison to her. And so, imagining himself to be her, he starts chanting the name that she's chanting, which is his own name. Krishna, 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 Krishna. That is to say, he loves Radha so much, and he knows that Radha loves him so much. So if he truly loves Radha, then he should love himself to that same extent. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Likewise, Radha is in so much bliss meditating on the form of Krishna that she starts to forget who she is, and with the appearance of Krishna, it occupies her whole consciousness. Thinking herself to be Krishna, she starts chanting whatever he is chanting. But remember, he's so absorbed in chanting her name that he started chanting his own name. So, through her, through him, through her, through him, she starts chanting Krishna again. There's a fractal of love happening. I love you so much, and you love me so much. That means I should love myself as much as you love me. But I love you so much, so because you love me, that I love myself so much, I love you that much. And now it gets so complicated. That is the nature of love, where identities just entangle like that, and there is nothing but love. And thank you, Yana, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you ask, is today a full Yamathon or a half Yamathon like last time? Well, I was planning on stopping already, but if you want to go for another hour, which would make it a half Yamathon, I can oblige to that. Thank you, Yana, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Echo Leaf, you are encouraging me to go for another hour. Renaissance as well. We are behind on uploads, but I finally did get the Yamathon working. I made extensive modifications to my program, and now it runs a lot faster. So I'll be catching up on the uploads very quickly. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Alright, we'll go for another hour. The full Yamathon will be in the future a 24-hour, but we will have to advertise that months in advance. Yes, we can do so. Brad, you shared that your auntie ran a marathon earlier this month. Wow, that's an impressive talent. achievement, but it can be a talent too, having that determination. Especially the older we get, the more impressive it becomes. That takes a lot of courage to go through with. Leo, you ask, do I know what Om Namah Shivaya means? Well, Om is the sound of existence. Namash, that means I bow. The Ya ending on Shiva means to. Shiva is Shiva. I bow Shiva to, or in English grammatical terms, I bow to Shiva. But that to can also be a for. I am bowing for Shiva. The purpose of my bowing is for/towards Shiva. What is Shiva? Shiva in the trinity of creation, preservation, and destruction represents destruction. Now, why would we bow to destruction? Well, for one, we are letting go of the temporary, reminding ourselves that all that which has a beginning comes to an end. I bow to that end of all things. In Shaivism, Shiva is the ultimate reality, being that oblivion in which all things return to. He must therefore also be the lap of creation, that Brahman. So, we bow to that ultimate reality into which all things return. Good morning, Steve. Thank you. And thank you, Paul, for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you for being here, dirty hippie gypsy mom. You have to go serve your family some stroganoff drumsticks and green beans for dinner. Now that sounds delicious. That's for sure. Greg RG, you share that I could have extras on the stream to hold place for when I need a breakaway. That is true. I could get my mother. Anna, you share that Brahman sounds like thunder every time you say it. It's a good word. Brahman has been described as the lightning standing still. And thank you, John F., for your 15 ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. Dirty hippie gypsy mom, you share that your daughter's name is Navi. Isn't there a name in Sanskrit somewhere? You thought you read somewhere. Navi? It is Sanskrit, isn't it? And in fact, it'd be very easy for me to double check. I can just go to an online Sanskrit dictionary. Navi means... It's the name of a plant, but I feel like it should have other meanings. It is the particle used in multiplying unity by 9. Navi refers to 9. That makes sense. It's also from the word Nava. Let's see what Nava means. Nava is one of the 5 queens of Ushinara, and it refers to a young leaf of a tree or a plant. It also refers to the 9 aspects of the goddess, namely sound, touch, form, flavor, smell, mind, intellect, ego, and karma. There you go. She refers to aspects of the divine feminine, specifically 9 of them. And thank you, this is my show, for 100 tiny dinies. Yippee! I can imagine them all saying it at once. Yippee, 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 yippee. Namaste, and you're very welcome, Navi. What a wonderful name. I love how earlier in this live stream I was talking smack about how 9 is arbitrary, and now the universe has offered me this opportunity to take that back. What about the 9 aspects of the goddess? Alright, I concede. Chris Owens, you were wondering, do my parents have the same beliefs as I do? No. They are very much different people. But they support me. And it's not like they have their own belief system. They are more caught up in how they are living their lives, how to be of support to their children, such as myself, than a kind of active spiritual practice. I am sure that in later life, their spiritual side will become much more active when that energy gets to return in the form of my own taking care, instead of myself, but of them, since they have afforded me so much care. When that care gets directed back to them, they will have no choice but to go inward to the very source of that love. Yeah, well said, Sky Guardian. They are practicing karma yoga. Indeed. Inclusa, you ask, why does Kundalini show up? It shows up because it was repressed. If you shake a can of, what's a nice can? A can of Coke. If you shake a can of Coke and you crack it open and it explodes, you ask, why did the energy show up all over me? Now it's on the wall. Why did it go on the wall? Well, it showed up like that because you shook it. The potential was always there. And by aggravating it, it erupts. Kundalini is that feminine energy which lies dormant until she is needed most. Like a mother. You know, she will pretend to be this sweet little angel until anything threatens her children's well-being, and then she is anything but an angel to the energy she is fighting against. Even if it is the father of her children, to whom she has been an angel during their entire relationship, if she feels pressured enough, that dormant Kundalini, it's over. My mother used to call it the mama bear. When the mama bear comes out, you better get out of her way. You could say, well, where has this come from? Well, it was always there. You know, that potential in the feminine to take care of business. You know, it is by her mercy that she's not always engaging in that. Consider everyone lucky that the mothers in the world aren't convening to do something big. Because all that dormant energy you could blow up the whole planet with it. You know, forget about a nuclear bomb. Consider the feminine bomb. When a mother blows up, then the whole universe is gone. That is what Kali represents. It is the ultimate potential for the feminine. Fortunately, however, it is not always necessary for that energy to erupt. But when it is provoked, arising from that dormant slumber, then you get the thunder. And thank you, this is my show. From the boxing clubs. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you ask, Yam, if all things in life are destined to change, and we are the spiritual now, will we not be one day? I think I put a definite article in front of the word spiritual. We are the spiritual now. And we are spiritual now. Will we not be one day? Spirituality isn't something that can change. We only awaken to it. It has always existed. It is what has clouded our judgment that is temporary. Will there become a time where our judgment becomes clouded again? Will there ever be a time where our judgment is not clouded? We consider ourselves spiritual now, but are we even spiritual? There is always more room to be more spiritual, isn't it? Just as Pema said in her verse today, enlightenment is just the beginning. Thank you, Saturnus, for your cap. Hariom Tat Sat. I saw the cap appear on my head for just a second. Thank you, Jose, for your triple blessings. I send you my quadruple blessings. MJ, you ask, are wars started by the male energy? And can I discuss this? Remember not to conflate male with masculine and female with feminine. Because males are very feminine. Men are very emotional. And men are very dramatic. The feminine aspects in the male tend to be the ones we repress in the female, like that of violence. Anytime we are expending our energy outward, that is feminine. But there is a relationship between the masculine and conflict. And is because the role of the masculine is to restrict, is to bring close something, whereas the role of the feminine is to expand. When one country is in that role of expansion, and another country is just in that stillness, then there might be a conflict for where the boundaries are. In between that dynamism between the masculine and the feminine, the conflict arises. But conflict itself is not masculine nor feminine. The expansiveness of war is feminine, but the solidarity of war is masculine. The expression of war is feminine, but the silence that follows after is masculine. Inclusa, you ask if happy loneliness comes along with Kundalini energy. There is a kind of independence when it erupts, whereas before we may be dependent on someone else for our own happiness. That flourishing of energy that happens through Kundalini is very empowering for us to be independent. And in that solitude, we certainly find our own potential to have been happy without anyone else's support. Gregor, you ask, can G be used when addressing either feminine or masculine people? Yes. Like Mataji, Mother Dearest. Or Guruji. Guru could be masculine or feminine. When we are honoring someone, or Guruji, Guru could be masculine or feminine. When we are honoring someone, higher self, which is beyond the dualities, did it glitch? We're back? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't even know. Echo Leaf, you ask, how many cultures have I had direct experience with? I suppose that depends where one culture stops and another begins. And who counts as a representative of a certain culture. There is a lot of culture around the world. I am not sure if I would pluralize it and call one culture as separate from another. Since we share one humanity, and in our human culture there is so much diversity, and amidst that diversity there is a lot of room for me to come to more understanding. There are a lot of ways in which I am uncultured. And thank you, Darlene, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Zoe Natalia, you ask, can I talk about having vivid thoughts, but not being able to express oneself verbally or creatively? You are a visionary, and what you see perhaps is beyond that which can be expressed. What you recognize to be a true form of expression is an impossible task. Such is the frustration that this whole universe experiences. In its infinitude of potential, there is but no one way to be. It seems like at best we can try to be everyone and everything. But there's no way to do that simultaneously. There needs to be a time component so that we go from one method of expression to another. The inability to express that vivid thought is proof of the profundity of the thought and not of your inability itself. That is to say, some ideas are just beyond words. From one perspective, that could seem like a limitation of words, but from another perspective, that's an exposition of the infinitude of the idea itself. However, we can be caught up in the idea that our own limited ability to express that infinitude makes us incomplete in some way. And the more we strive for perfection in expressing that infinite, the more we limit ourselves along the way. So at some point, you have to forgive yourself and affirm that it's okay to not know the right thing to say. It doesn't matter if you have the perfect combination of words that's able to convey the idea that you want to share. What matters is that you keep putting one word in front of the other with the trust that eventually you can lead the way. You might not be able to adequately share exactly the vision you have in mind, but you can begin to point the way with all the words that you keep saying. And thank you, Samantha Sunshine, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anna, you're wondering if I can read the Tao? Yes, I can. It is right next to me. Why don't we read a random page of the Tao? Let's read number 14. What we look for beyond seeing and call the unseen, listen for beyond hearing and call the unheard, grasp for beyond reaching and call the withheld, merge beyond understanding in a oneness which does not merely rise and give light, does not merely set and leave darkness, but forever sends forth a succession of living things as mysterious as the unbegotten existence to which they return, That is why men have called them empty phenomena, meaningless images in a mirage, with no face to meet, no back to follow. Yet one who is anciently aware of existence is master of every moment, feels no break since time beyond time, in the way life flows. Thank you, Adam, for your rose. And thank you, Liz, for your little crown and tiny. Yahoo! And this is my show. Thank you for your star. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jessica, you ask, do you believe it's impossible to mess up something that is truly meant for you? I believe that even if you mess that up, then even that was meant for you. We learn so much from the ways we mess up. It's hard not to find meaning in that too. Sav, you say, please do another random one. They're so good. Alright, let's crack open another page. 45, let's read. A man's work, however finished it seem, continues as long as he live. A man, however perfect he seem, is needed as long as he live. As long as truth appears falsity, the seer a fool, the prophet a dumb lout. If you want to keep warm, keep stirring about. Keep still if you want to keep cool. And in all the world, one day no doubt, your way shall be the rule. Sky Guardian, you ask, wait, do you want me to clip the Tao as well? You know, as they say, the Tao that can be clipped is not the eternal Tao. However, you are welcome to make that decision. I know that part of you enjoys the process of collecting these clips. If that is something that you feel you would benefit from, then be my guest. If not, there's no pressure. Randy, you ask for me to please capture infinity in a bottle. Thank you. Alright. First we need a very large bottle. An infinite bottle, you should say. And thank you, Morgan, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Dreamweaver. The font in your username is very creative. And 30 Hippie Gypsy Mom, you share that you highly suggest looking into Shinto. It originates in Japan. It's very similar to Taoism. Thank you for your suggestion. I look forward to learning more about it. And I like that. Randy verified. You see, the trick is we are already inside the infinite bottle. Why try to capture the infinite when the infinite has already captured us? Why try to contain truth when we are contained by truth? Why try to know God when we are known by God? Michelle, you shared that you traveled to Japan in your dreams the other night. I've been having a few dreams that take place in Japan as well. I wonder what Japan symbolizes. Zoe, you're wondering about my knowledge on the god Shiva. That word came to you all in a psychedelic experience. I love that. Well, I have to be careful what I say, because he's watching me. He's watching everyone. Shiva is known for being particularly fond towards anyone that worships him. Some forms of God have qualifications for their devotees. For example, Krishna is a vegetarian. You cannot offer him any food that contains meat or eggs. There are certain qualifications. Now Shiva, you could offer him a cockroach. Thank you. You could offer him an old bone from a dead fish. Thank you, he says. It doesn't matter what you offer Shiva, he will accept it. Shiva is always causing problems in the celestial realm. Shiva, the other gods say, why did you give spiritual powers to the demon? He is currently wreaking havoc on Earth right now. Because the demon chanted my name and asked for a boon, I gave him one. You understand to whom you've just given this boon to? Oh yes, that's fine. Shiva, do you not see any problem with doing this? What? Now if anyone on earth asks me for a boon and asks me to take away that demon's power, then I'll also do that. I just don't have any preference. If you ask me to give you a weapon, I'll give you it. But if someone else asks me to take away your weapon, I'll also do that. So Shiva is a really good form. If you feel like the biggest sinner, no God could even accept me, Shiva's your man. Doesn't even matter if you say his name wrong. If you say, instead of saying Shiva, you say Shapu. Shapi. Om Namah Shapiya. You won't mind. Shakipu. So anyone is qualified to worship Shiva. If you received his name in meditation, then Shiva has personally initiated you. It is said that when a guru gives you a mantra, then that means you have been initiated. Just repetition of that mantra is sufficient for your liberation. Shiva has personally given his name to you. Use it wisely. Shiva me timbers, says Fat Cat Weeps. Thank you, Patricia from Argentina. Chris Owens, you share that you had an experience with a female god while under the influence, but she was me, and I was her, and you. That is very like Shiva. There was once this devotee of Shiva that knew of this sadhu, this Baba, who had seen Shiva himself. And so he came to this Baba. Can you please tell me how I can find Shiva? Babaji, I would like to know. You are a Baba, but I am looking for Shiv Goraksha Baba. He said, okay. If you are that much of a devotee, I will tell you how to find Shiva. You look for the headless man. Once you find him, Shiva will appear. The headless man. Okay, Baba. Got it. So he went around looking. Seemed like everyone he came across had a head. You have a head, and no, you have a head. You have a head. You have a head, but you don't use it much. You have a head. Your head's pretty big. Your head's funny looking. Nothing but people with heads. Now eventually, he looked down. He found his legs, his body, his arms, and he started freaking out. I can't find my head. Where is it? He was the headless man. He was Shiva. To the Shaivites, the whole spiritual path is just Shiva coming to realize that they're Shiva. Shiva not knowing that they're Shiva, coming to know that they're Shiva. Thank you, Timothy, for your tiny. Yippee! It's a random point to join, Jeannie. I agree. That's how I feel about this life. Really? Now? Why the 2000s? Why did I come now? Pretty random. Of all the times I could have popped into existence, why before the 2008 financial crisis? It's a random pop. And thank you, Luminara, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Matthew, you share that you respect what I believe, but what are my genuine thoughts on other religions? You're a Christian, and you leave a heart emoji. I believe that it is not that some religion is true, it's that religion is true. I believe that Jesus was not just the Son of God, but Jesus was God. And through devotion unto Him, you will be saved. I like what you said, Tatvamasi, a few minutes ago. Oh, Shivas, quit the game. Have you all played that game in school? Where the game is, if you remember that you're playing it, then you lose the game. You were winning till now. Orla Conway. There's another game. A game that you win every time you remember it. That's this game. The game of life. Every time you remember that you're playing it, then you are a winner. You are winning the game when you remember you're playing it. I can break that down, Pluto. So random, Sky Guardian. You'll be eating a fat sandwich tomorrow. Thank you for sharing that. You ever have those moments where you just suddenly become aware that you exist? That you have consciousness and that you are experiencing life? Sometimes we get lost in the experience and somehow forget that we are experiencing this great universe. Happens all the time when you're in nature. That is winning the game. Because whenever we are conscious, we have that context to make better decisions. It is when we're so involved with the details that we lack the context to make decisions that will benefit everyone and ourselves. Consciousness is that context. When we suddenly become aware of the preciousness of existence and the miracle of life and all of that jazz, keeping that in mind allows us to play the game effectively. So we are winning the game by remembering that we're playing it. Conscious realization is that equalizer that makes everything else seem so unimportant. Why does it matter what my boss said to me? I have consciousness, the greatest miracle in the universe. And nothing he said can take away my consciousness. Now that experience is transcendental. Does journaling help with staying in that conscious state? Journaling can very much help sort out the things that maybe are preventing us from being in that conscious state. Because we've got so much stuff in our head. It's good to put it somewhere. People say the best way to get to sleep at night when you're having thoughts is to have a notebook by your bed so you can just put all your thoughts on the piece of paper. Let the book think for you so you can sleep. Noted. Nice one. And thank you, Mercy, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm so grateful for the way you put that, Tudor. You think consciousness isn't a dot in your head. It's everywhere, and you attract it like gravity. That is perhaps one of the best expressions of consciousness I've ever heard. Consciousness is not a dot in your head. It's everywhere. I love that. Now, an hour has elapsed since I said I would stream for another. So let us begin to wrap things up for tonight. But before we do so, there are a couple other segments that I'd like to go through. Question of the day, daily reading, and then a chanting session Today's chanting session is going to honor a Sikh lineage. We've done mantras for Buddhism, Hinduism. We're going to do one for Sikhism today, to honor Rahul Singh, also known as the Bearded Mystic, who graciously had me on his podcast many years ago, and sometimes likes to listen in on the Sangha as well. But my question of the day today, I'm asking you, how can you be of help to the world? When I asked this at the beginning of the live, no one seemed to know. We had 100 people there, but only a handful of answers. Chloe, you share by donating money. That is a great way to help in ways that we are not able to. Some people say that money are like your hands, that's able to reach places that you yourself cannot. By helping others and kindness, says Michelle. And Tudor, you share by helping yourself. Then you can know what to do, of course. Well said. By praying, says Priscilla. Magdalene, you share by contributing to the fostering of our innate potential into a more compassionate collective. Very well articulated. By sharing peace, says Heath. Well said. Peace is something to share, something we have. Marcy, you share by sacrificing yourself to the service of others. Denise, you share by spreading help and love. Well, I love that. Yes. Authentically, says the angel G. Authenticity is key. And thank you, this is my show. For 30 fires. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you share that you can be a great listener. Yes, you can. Grand, you share you can help every day by sending a bright light of love. Very poetic. Dansuela, by offering your presence and compassion. What a wonderful thing to offer. And Warrior Priestess, you share to be at peace with yourself so that you can help others in their need. Beautiful. By accepting others, says Maggie. So simple, yet so difficult. And John F., you share by helping yourself to be the you to help others. Wonderfully put indeed. Otis Brodus, you share that it takes a village to raise children. We should all be pitching in to be good role models to them. Bravo! Yes, very well said. Beverly, you share by sharing love, hope, peace, compassion, and encouragement. And Jules, by being more open to and available to those that need someone, especially if it includes helping, healing. Not hurting the world is already helping. I love that drowned tea leaves. Mistra, you share, have respect, compassion, and love for all living beings. By smiling at folks, says Loopy Lane. That's a simple one we can all do, absolutely. By loving everyone, says Elvaro Tero. Nish, you share by playing good music and entertaining people. I love that. By taking care of animals, says Pluto. Yes, indeed. Aurea, you share by fostering community in whatever way comes most naturally to you personally. We need everyone and their unique talents. Well said, Orla. By not being as close-minded as I used to be, says Chris. Having that openness is vital. Peace, love, health, work for common good. I agree, Constantine. By dying and living times infinite, says Anna. Well said. Sky Girl, you sure validate people. Gregar, you need all the intel you can get about the human mind, since you yourself are a robot. Where does that come from? Gina, you share. Be a good example by doing good to others. Peace and love. I love that. It's not just about doing good to others. It is setting an example of doing good to others. Picking up the plastic in the beaches. By picking up litter. Yeah, I agree, Deos. And who was it who said the beaches? I am lost in my own comment section. Sakura. And by not taking on negativity, that's a big one, Aliwat. Yes. You did that today at the beach, says T. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for doing that on behalf of the planet. Be a good listener, says Sky Girl. Meta 2, you share. You only live once, and to make that count, helping others to a better life will give your life value. I love that reasoning. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this blessing of so many wonderful opportunities to think about. There are certainly many ways to be of help, and I'm very grateful that we explored this together. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were exploring it as well. Dhamma Po Praej, thank you for your rose, and this is my show. Thank you for the campfire. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Van Gogh Room, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Bobby So, thank you for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Liz, for your balloons too. And Van Gogh room. Thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Let us read from another section of Roar of the Ganges. This is a book that we have been reading a few pages at a time. This book takes place from the eyes of the author, Swami Taratmananda, who has given our Sangha expressed permission for us to read out loud. In North India, along the banks of the Ganga River, also known as the Ganges, from which this book gets its name, Swamiji, then known as Mark, has been studying at an ashram under the guidance of Swami Dayananda. There, in a few days, he will be taking sannyas himself, that is, spiritual renunciation, or, well, worldly renunciation. He's renouncing the world, which is a spiritual thing to do. Here we were discussing the nature of a sage known as Ramana Maharshi. This was another Indian mystic who came just in the last few centuries. Ramana Maharshi was probably the most widely revered saint in India at the time of his death in 1950. He was a remarkable person, even in his youth, when his spiritual vocation began. According to his own account, one day, in his 17th year, he was gripped by the unshakable conviction that he was about to die. Even though he was in perfect health, he was convinced that only moments remained before his death. But instead of being overcome by fear, he calmly reflected on what was about to happen. He said to himself, "Now I am about to die. What does that mean? What is it that dies?" "The body dies," he thought. He laid down on the ground and stretched out his limbs stiffly, as though rigor mortis had already set in. He held his breath and imagined that his body was indeed dead. "Now what will happen?" he pondered. "They will carry this body to the burning grounds, set it on a pyre, and burn it to ashes. But with the death of this body, have I died? The body is not I. The body is silent and inert, yet I feel still the full force of my existence, the voice of the I, independent of this body. I am the spirit transcending this body, a spirit untouched by death." The precocious boy began his inquiry into the true nature of the self in an extraordinary way. After this experience, he grew increasingly indifferent towards school and other activities, preferring instead long hours of meditation and daily visits to a nearby temple. Before long, he left home to commit himself totally to spiritual life. He was drawn towards Arunachala, a sacred mountain in South India, where he undertook a life of severe austerity. He remained silent for years, later explaining that he never took a vow of silence, but was instead deeply absorbed in the process of self-inquiry. He meditated in and around an ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, and later took up residence in a cave along its slopes. Slowly, people came to know of the young sadhu on the mountain. He was eventually discovered by several great scholars of Vedanta, one of whom gave him the name Maharshi, great sage. An ashram was built for him at the foot of the mountain where he lived the rest of his life. He met thousands who came seeking instruction for their own spiritual guidance. Yet, he never gave that kind of formal instruction. He preferred instead to engage visitors in informal dialogues, where he reclined on a couch in the meeting hall. A familiar photo shows Ramana with his head propped up on one arm and a gentle smile on his face. His large brown eyes seemed to reveal an ocean of tranquility within. Visitors often forgot their doubts once they came into his presence and became absorbed in the peace pervading the room. Their questions were sometimes met with silence, but more often with simple but profound answers that penetrated to the root of the matter. When someone voiced a complicated inquiry about subtle philosophical points, Ramana would often answer enigmatically, "Who is asking the question? From where does the question arise? Seek out its source. From there you will find your answer." Ramana stressed again and again the importance of self-inquiry in the form, "Who am I?" Although this formula sounds simple, it encompasses the essential teachings of Vedanta, leading the seeker to turn within to discover Atma. Ramana himself explained this inquiry as a process examining the ego, the sense of individuality, or I-ness, as he often called it. He taught that one should trace the sense of I-ness back to its origin to discover the consciousness from which it arises, the consciousness that is Atma. And then, according to Ramana, the very sense of I-ness will vanish, and in its wake one becomes free from bondage of ego, free to dwell in the fullness of reality. A half dozen years ago, I had gone to visit Ramana's ashram while traveling with my friend Vijay. From a distance, the sacred ashram, the sacred mountain Arunachala, seemed to rise from the dusty fields like an enormous linga, the cylindrical icon of Lord Shiva. There is a Shiva linga here, like a linga. Indeed, many Hindus look upon the mountain as an embodiment of Shiva himself and walk barefoot along its entire 12-mile circumference as a form of worship. Vijay and I walked that circuit in addition to visiting the temple and cave where Ramana had stayed. Ramana's ashram is nestled against the mountain's lower slopes adjacent to the town of Tiruvannamalai. Beautiful gardens surround tiny cottages scattered about its spacious grounds. The hall in which Ramana once reclined on a couch is now used for silent meditation. The couch remains there as a shrine of remembrance. Vijay and I had spent hours meditating in the cool darkness of that hall. There, I tried to trace my sense of I-ness back to its origin, following Ramana's method. I watched my thoughts rise and set on the horizon of my consciousness. One of those thoughts I recognized was my sense of I-ness, the ego thought. I sought to fathom its origin and recognize the consciousness from which it emerged. Following Ramana's method of inquiry, my inner exploration ended not in enlightenment, but in frustration. Instead of dwelling in the fullness of reality, my mind raced from one thought to another, like a monkey leaping from tree to tree. Ramana's approach is simple, but not easy. It seems to require a mind capable of tremendous concentration and discernment. Apparently, I was not adequately prepared then. Ramana was an adept, a genius of spirituality. Genius is not necessarily the best teacher for mediocre students. A Nobel-winning scientist might lecture at such a high level that only the most sophisticated listeners can understand. In this way, Ramana Maharshi's instruction to inquire, "Who am I?" is perhaps best suited for those who are sufficiently advanced to reach his profound level of insight. I, on the other hand, was no spiritual prodigy. I needed to be taken by the hand and painstakingly led to find what Ramana so easily discovered. Very relatable. And with that, we'll end our reading for tonight. Thank you all for engaging in that listening with me as well. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And thank you, Anna, for your friendship necklace a moment ago. Ariom Tat Sat. Feels like a bedtime story, Chloe. Well, I'm happy to hear that. And thank you, Inclusa. Always happy. Would I consider doing a Bon Mantra, Gregor G? It's a dharmic thing to do. Oh, sorry, it's a dharmic thing too. I would love to. Yes. As I said today, we will end with a Sikh mantra. The mantra, in its traditional script, is rendered above. But in English, we can transliterate and translate it to Tuhi Narankar Maintari Sharanhan Mainun Bakshlau. You, the formless one, I am in your shelter. Keep blessing me. And we'll have someone traditionally recite it. Without any music, it'll just be the recitation. We'll do it together. And it'll be my first time chanting it too, so it may take me a second to get the rhythm and pronunciation. A learning experience for everyone. And perhaps that's a great question to just answer before we do so. Josiah, what is a mantra? A mantra is something we recite for our spiritual upliftment. It's something that cultures have been doing for thousands of years, ever since those cavemen discovered fire, and with rhythmic chanting and drum pounding, they expanded their consciousness through the trance-like state that comes with the repetition. So allow me to minimize our background music so that we can maximize the audio which Sky Guardian has provided for us. And it'll kind of just jump right into it. So it may, as I said, take a while to really find that rhythm. But I'll listen to it a few times and then slowly join in.
तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो तुहीं निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो
Tohi Nirankar, mein Teri Sharanhan, Mainun Bakslao. 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 Nirankar, mein Teri Sharanhan, Mainun Bakslao. Tohi 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 Nirankar, mein Teri Sharanhan, Mainun Bakslao.
तुही निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो। तुही निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो। तुही निरंकार मैं तेरी शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो। तुही निरंकार मैं
And you know what?
शरण हाँ मैनू बख्श लो।
We'll keep it at a low volume for the rest of this live as we wrap things up. But good place to stop since it goes on for a while. Thank you everyone for joining today. And I like that observation in Klusa. Sometimes sound with no word is even more. The body as a reverberating instrument. Well said. And it is not Sanskrit. Sky Guardian, do you know the language? I'm unfamiliar, but the traditional language for Sikh scriptures is not Sanskrit. It's Punjabi. Well, welcome, bearded mystic. This was for you, so I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for your presence. Always happy to pay homage to your lineage. And thank you, Azalav, for your pair of sunglasses. Radhe, Radhe. As always, I will be uploading the recording of these live streams to Yamsox Lives. It's the first link in the link tree in my bio. A YouTube channel that serves as an archive of sorts for you to get the most out of it, in case that's something you'd like to see. I've written a program that has fought me long and hard over its ability to transcribe these videos and then parse and convert into a chapter system that goes in the description. In that chapter system, you can click on the exact timestamps for any particular segment. And I hope that you take the full advantage of it if that's something that you're interested in. Of course, you are welcome to just join when we are live, but it is there for you, if ever need be. Besides that, there's also the Yamsox ASMR YouTube channel, which we've been doing other more relaxing content, such as my ASMR Sundays, which take place here on TikTok. We'll be doing one tomorrow, just like our format that we've done today, but with a little more relaxed sentiments, rain sounds in the background, and soft spoken, and we don't get too deep into any philosophical concept. Those are uploaded there. Additionally, we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita, one chapter at a time, whispered. We've made our way up to the 4th chapter, which is a relaxing thing to listen to and maybe get some knowledge from in return, given that there's so much of it in this 5,000-year-old scripture. And I look forward to doing more things with the ASMR channel in the near future too, such as a guided meditation and maybe a chanting tutorial. I also wanted to mention that Sky Guardian had volunteered to clip out the chantings and book readings of these live streams, at least the ones in the past few months, and so they are being made to have their own dedicated playlist on the Yamsox Lives channel as well, in case you just wanted to listen to the readings. If you're interested in the books, they are there as well. Thank you for being here, everyone. I very much am grateful for this opportunity to be of service. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Warrior Priestess, thank you for your 10 roses. And thank you, Vladimir, for your rose as well. Jai Sita Ram. Namaste, Echo Leaf. Yes, I very much appreciate the work that Sky Guardian has done and increasing the depth and breadth of these sanghas. Now, if you ever want to get something in return for supporting me physically, I mean, there's these Yamsox. I put one on the microphone. There's another here. It's a sock covered in yams. Very cute little yams that are custom designed. Won't find them anywhere else in the universe. There's also a tiny on this beanie that says, "Yippee!" And right now I'm saving up for a trip to India. So a little bit goes a long way for me. Just have to cover the plane ticket. And once I'm there, I am sure that the Divine Mother will take care of me. But she's not going to give me a free plane ticket. So I have to work towards that. Thank you, Babisyo, for your tiny. Yippee! May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Namaskaram. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your half dozen roses. I just caught that while my finger is halfway down pressing the end button. The moment I release my finger,